Mariners are off today. They're traveling to Texas for a huge 4-game series against the Rangers with first place in the AL West on the line this weekend. No real surprise, but the Seahawks play Zach Charbonnet on the PUP list Wednesday. And ESPN's Brady Henderson says, according to sources, Nick Emmanwori has landed on the PUP list because he had a recent surgery on his right ankle, but the Seahawks believe he'll be ready for Week 1.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
Well, it's not quite Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross. In fact, it's quite different than those two. But I'm Curtis Rogers. I'm filling in today, and I am sitting alongside ESPN's Brady Henderson, kind enough to join us in studio today with us from 10 to 2. Brady, how you doing?
Well, I made it.
You did. Not a moment to spare.
No, I did not realize that Eastlake would be Eastlake is the new Mercer Street.
You can't account for construction. It's the ultimate equalizer in terms of commuting. Construction's been going on Eastlake for what seems to be years now. I think it's supposed to end next year in 2027, but no, it's brutal out there. But glad you made it on time.
Yeah, this is you're getting a taste of what it's like to golf with me.
So Salk mentioned that right before you entered. He was like, "Oh, this is nothing." Brady always is, approaching the tee box, tucking in his shirt, and just being like, "What? I got here on time. Why are you freaking out?"
That's the way I look at it. If the tee time is 10:05 and I roll up to the tee box at 10:04,
you're on time.
I'm early. It really is how I look at it.
Well, glad to have you here.
Thank you.
And look, you're also early for training camp because you've reported on time.
I have.
Yeah. Everybody's reported on time for the Seahawks. We're getting news trickling in each day about, the guys that are reported, who's on the PUP list. And the big story this week with the Seahawks was Nick Emmanwori and his placement on the PUP list. We're trying to figure out why, how long he'll be there for. And you yesterday hit us with some pretty important information regarding Emmanwori's status heading into training camp. What is the very latest on that situation?
Well, I appreciate, first of all, that you recognize where that information came from. Not everybody does that, apparently. Some people try to pass off scoops as their own these days, so I appreciate
aggregators.
That. So like you said, it was kind of when he landed on PUP on Monday, it wasn't exactly clear why, because he had practiced, in the spring during OTAs and minicamp, and didn't look like he was limited or anything like that. It turns out he did have ankle surgery, I think was within the last week or so. And this is on the right ankle where he had those two separate sprains last season. Remember, there was the high ankle sprain he suffered on the first series of the season opener. He missed the remainder of that 49ers game, the next 3 games. And then he had the low ankle sprain on that same right leg 4 days before the Super Bowl.
That's right.
Played through that injury in the Super Bowl. And, to answer the question that everybody is asking, and apparently, people also love to ask questions on Twitter before they read the story, because the answer was very clearly in the story. Sorry, I'm kind of on one this morning.
No, I appreciate it. I love it. I love feisty Brady.
So, there was a lot of people who clearly didn't read the story before asking the question of why he waited until, mid-late July to have the surgery.
Well, did he not realize that how inconvenienced his surgery would be on us?
Yeah,
what the heck? Think about us.
Yeah. So the answer is he tried to. Players typically, when they can avoid surgery, they try to do that. So he tried to do that. Tried to just manage it, rehab it, and he realized, according to a source I spoke with, that as he was ramping back up for training camp, he just continued to experience a great deal of soreness there, and said this is not something that he wanted to deal with throughout the season. So he just figured this is the time to get it taken care of. But you also don't think of ankle sprains as something that typically requires surgery in the first place, and so that hopefully answers the question of why didn't he get this done after the Super Bowl. Well, he tried to do it without having surgery, and then he realized as he was getting ready for training camp that it was something he had to get done.
I think that's a very normal thing that any person would want to do, avoid surgery. That's always a risky thing to have done to you. But great to see that, it looks like he won't be, missing significant time into the regular season, if any regular season time at all, because as we know, he is one of the most important Seahawks to what they want to do here, and is just a incredible Swiss Army knife and a luxury that the Seahawks defense has had over the last year. And Mike Macdonald spoke very highly of him last year in his rookie season. So yeah, Nick Emmanwori, very important that he is healthy week 1 rather than on July 23rd, I would say.
Yeah, and that is the upshot that I should have reiterated during my spiel there, is that they still feel like, the Seahawks still feel like he's going to be ready by week 1. So he's going to miss some time in training camp, there's no doubt. But the belief is that he will be ready on, September 8th? Wednesday? Wednesday, September 9th.
Wednesday night football.
The Wednesday's throwing me off. Yeah, they believe
Waiting
that he
all
will
day
be ready.
for a Wednesday night.
That's right. He'll be ready by Wednesday.
We also got some news yesterday about Zach Charbonnet. No surprise to anybody that he was placed on the PUP list, as he's still rehabbing that ACL injury that he suffered in the playoffs against the San Francisco 49ers. But it does sound, or at least according to NFL Network's Mike Garafolo, that things are progressing well for Charbonnet. This was Garafolo last night on NFL Insiders, talking about how long it's looking like Charbonnet could be out for.
Everybody that I've talked to says that this rehab is going extremely well. You look at the timeline, right? In January, you start to think, a lot of times these tend to be close to a calendar year. Well, that's not going to work if he's going to play in the regular season. And they're not pushing him too hard. But being on the physically unable to perform list, which we did expect, potentially leaves him out through the first 4 weeks of the season. You stay on that, and then you come back anytime after that. And I don't think it's going to be far beyond that if that winds up being the case for him. And plus, he can even start practicing before that 4-week window is up as well.
So Garafolo is saying that if Charbonnet is still on the PUP list when the regular season hits, you're required to sit out 4 weeks. But based off of the messaging he's received, it sounds like it may not be much longer than those 4 weeks, which I think is a significant improvement on what a lot of us were expecting with Charbonnet. I know personally, I thought, well, ACL injury in January, that's going to put him out till what, November, December?
Yeah.
But now it would look like that's maybe October, late October.
Yeah, and remember, it wasn't until, I think it was mid-February, February 20-something, that he had the surgery. A lot of times you got to wait until the swelling goes down before you can have that surgery. So it wasn't until February that he had the surgery. So October, November would be an even quicker timeline than what it typically takes players to recover from an ACL surgery. I'll say the same thing I've said for the last few months on this, is that I have sensed a real feeling in the building that if anybody, and I think the Seahawks have more or less said this, that if anybody can beat the typical timetable, it is somebody like Zach Charbonnet, because this guy is so diligent. He's such a good worker. And that he is going to attack his rehab as well as anybody can possibly do that. And so I have, I haven't bothered asking anybody for like a specific date, because nobody really knows that. But in just asking around on this, I have gotten the impression that, sometime around mid-season would not be out of the question. Now, that is not coming from my mom. Garafolo is not getting his information from his mom or anybody else's mom. So take that for what it's worth. But
Seahawks Insider runs in the family.
Yeah. So this is actual sourced information that we're dealing with here from people who are involved in this. And so I remember talking with somebody, and I think the exact quote was, I would not put anything past this guy. He is a machine.
Yeah, Mike Macdonald, I remember last offseason when it was looking, because Ken Walker was dealing with an injury in training camp, and Charbonnet just kind of ascended to that starting running back role for week 1. And just hearing how Macdonald spoke of Charbonnet, it was like, oh, he really loves this guy. Like, he's really impressed by what he's seen from Charbonnet just in the year plus that they had been working together at that point. Now, we're heading into year 3 of these two, working hand in hand with one another. I do think that in a perfect world, where everybody's healthy, I would still think Charbonnet is the starter over Jadarian Price, even later on in the season. But what do you think a an ideal, I guess, running back split is if Charbonnet's healthy midway through the season and Price is still there doing his thing, getting his feet underneath him as a rookie. Do you think we see Charbonnet hold on to that starting running back role, or is Price is the goal for Price and maybe the goal for the Seahawks to get him to be the starter maybe by season's end?
I think when it's, when Charbonnet comes back and you get later in the season, I think it's probably going to look kind of similar to what it looked like last season. And obviously until Charbonnet went down in the playoffs, but it was, relying on both of those guys, and they were basically co-starters to where you weren't having to give either one of those guys more than 15 carries a game regularly. I mean, they were both sort of around that, mid-teens mark, or at least in terms of touches. I don't know exactly what the numbers look like. I can't remember those, but I don't know if until the playoffs if Ken Walker had more than 20 carries in a game. Now it's a little different this year because you will have George Holani in the mix, and they are very high on George Holani. There's a reason why John Schneider said his name every time he had an opportunity to, when he was on with, the afternoon show during, when he was doing his show. And so Holani's skill set to me seems pretty well suited for third down work because he's really good at pass blocking. He's really good at catching the ball out of the backfield. So I kind of see it, let's look at it while Charbonnet is out. I kind of look at it as, Holani and Price are the main two guys. You mix in Emmanuel Wilson as kind of that short yardage, bigger back. And, when Charbonnet gets back, Wilson would be the guy who may sort of be the odd man out just because Charbonnet is that big power runner. So I'd be interested to see what happens with Wilson once you have your top three guys back. But I think in the meantime, Holani and Price are kind of your main guys, and then they mix Emmanuel Wilson in.
It's interesting how the big topic of conversation with the Seahawks this week has been health of two key guys, Nick Emmanwori and Zach Charbonnet. And Bump and Stacy had talked about this earlier in the week, but the Seahawks got really lucky last year in who got injured, when they got injured, and like the severity of some of the injuries where they really didn't have, outside of Charbonnet getting injured in the playoffs, they didn't really have a key contributor go down for a long stretch of time a year ago. How much do you think that maybe spurred on the run that we saw last year where they just had so many guys available at all times to them, where they weren't dealing with injuries like the 49ers had a year ago? They weren't dealing with, the Cardinals and Kyler Murray getting hurt and stuff like that. How important was health overall to what the Seahawks were able to do last year?
Yeah, I mean, they had their injury issues just like any other team, but they were able to absorb them. I'm thinking of Charles Cross. I think he hurt his hamstring in the Colts game in December, and then Josh Jones comes in and just plays his butt off. And I was surprised that Josh Jones, they were able to re-sign him for the contract that they were able to re-sign him on. I think it was, I don't have it in front of me, but it was $3 million a year, something like that, $4 million a year. Based on the way he played in Charles Cross's absence, I would have thought that some team would have saw that and said, hey, this guy is a starting caliber player. And so they were able to absorb that injury. I'm thinking of some of the other injuries. Torrey Horton, I mean, he was almost a luxury for them, so to speak, especially when they got Rashid Shaheed. And they were able to do without him for the second half of the season. I'm trying to think of other. Charbonnet obviously was a big loss, but he was one half of their running back duo, and so yeah, they didn't lose in Nick Emmanwori. He missed those 3 games and really most of a fourth. But he was sort of, initially that was, his first month of his career. And so, they were able to withstand some injuries. They didn't lose their quarterback. They didn't lose JSN. If you lose Leonard Williams for a stretch or any of those other 2 guys, maybe that's a different story. But they didn't lose anybody who was irreplaceable.
Maybe later on we'll get to who the most irreplaceable Seahawks are on this roster. He is Brady Henderson. I'm Curtis Rogers. We're filling in for Bump and Stacy today. Hey, the Mariners' 50 season celebration weekend is kicking off on August 7th, and Seattle Sports wants to send you and a friend to be part of the celebration. You'll get the chance to watch batting practice before the gates open, then stick around for the game and the Alumni Home Run Derby. To enter, all you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app, and if you don't already have the app, simply text app to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download. Enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Monday, July 27th. Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, rewrite!
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news.
Powered by Bay Alarm Security Services.
With Bump and Stacy.
The Mariners dropped a series to the last place Reds, now have a 7-game road trip against the Rangers and Dodgers. What's the real headline?
Real headline, this is what we in the biz like to call less than ideal. You got to be in the biz to kind of know that. That's a missed opportunity for the Mariners. A 6-game homestand against the last place Giants and the last place Reds. You go 3-3 on that. You're now a game under 500, and now you face a team that you're battling for first place. Great opportunity for them to gain some ground in the AL West, and it slipped through their fingers yesterday. They had a 3-2 lead late in that game. In the 7th, though, Cincinnati hits that 3-run home run to take the lead, a late lead. The Mariners just could not generate anything offensively against Cincinnati. Now they have a really tall task, and it's not just this 7-game stretch against the Rangers and Dodgers. It's when they come home, too. They face the Twins and the Tigers, two teams that are still very much alive in the American League playoff chase. You've also got series against the Rays and the Yankees, the top two teams in the American League East, divisional foe Houston, and then you've got the first place Brewers, the Cubs, the Phillies. The month of August, not kind to the Mariners. Hopefully they can start stacking some wins here. Coming up at noon today, we will be joined by MLB Network Analyst Jake Peavy, former Cy Young Award winner Jake Peavy. He'll join the show at noon to discuss everything going on with this Mariners team and the American League.
Curtis, let me ask you a question. You guys weren't counting on me chiming in this segment.
You
let
got
me
some
ask
Cincinnati Reds takes?
Well, no, I'm more of a question. I have zero baseball takes, but plenty of questions. Why didn't they re-sign Eugenio Suarez?
That's a great question. You know, after the game yesterday, after the final out, Suarez comes over to the Mariners side of the field, and about 5 or 6 guys come piling out of the Mariners dugout and just give him some embrace. It was, you can tell that Gino is beloved in that Mariners clubhouse. I think it would be very cost beneficial to the Mariners to go and try and trade for Gino Suarez again, because his value right now is very low. You would not have to give up any kind of prospect of value that you did last year in trying to acquire him from Arizona. And I think the vibes would just be off the chart if you brought him back. I mean, there's I don't know if it's still there, but last year, even when Suarez wasn't here, there was this like neon sign in the tunnel leading out to the field that said "good vibes only," and that's kind of his
that's his thing,
catchphrase.
Right?
Yeah, that's his thing. Like, he's not even there, and they're still honoring him in that way. So I'd be all for it. I know that his numbers aren't what they were a year ago, but if you're looking for a buy low candidate, sign me up.
Headline rewrites.
Kevin Calabro is leaving the Trailblazers TV crew after receiving a subprime contract offer from new owner Tom Dundon. What's the real headline?
Real headline, Portland's loss may have become Seattle's game. With the NBA talking expansion, specifically in the Seattle market, you got to have a TV crew, and there's nobody with more experience calling games here in Seattle than Kevin Calabro. Brady, I know you've got a lot of years working with Kevin Calabro in this very building. So, I mean, when you hear that news, you kind of, you start to get a little bit hopeful, I think.
Yeah. I mean, it would only be right if Kevin Calabro was the Sonics announcer, whenever they come back. It would only be right. And look, Kevin Calabro is a friend of us, a friend of the station, just a great person, just a Seattle sports icon that I remember watching TV, on my tube TV in my living room back when I was 10 years old.
Channel 11?
Yeah,
Sonics?
and Kevin Calabro and Marcus Johnson are calling the game. So just a guy that so many of us was a part of our childhood and now, a part of our adulthood in some respects. And it would be awesome if he came back to call.
Have you been paying attention to what the Trailblazers owner has been doing?
It's not good.
No.
It's not good.
That's from the playbook of kind of what we saw play out here in Seattle 18 years ago. And he's kind of holding the city hostage over the arena situation. He's cutting people everywhere in the organization. It looks like that is a really dicey situation. I mean, he's only had the job for like a few months.
It's kind of like the real life incarnation of the owner in Major League. Remember when she's just cutting costs and all of a sudden there's no hot water in the clubhouse? Yeah, it's not good.
Headline rewrites.
Cardinals QB Jacoby Brissett has reported training camp without a new deal. What's the real headline?
Real headline, something tells me he's going to get to the regular season without a new deal, too. I mean, good on him for asking. You always got to ask. You can't get a raise without asking. But, I mean, Jacoby, you might be the most replaceable starting quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, I'm going to take his side on this one here because if you look at what he's making, I don't have it in front of me, but it is so far below even the lowest paid veteran starting quarterback in the NFL. Like he's basically, and I guess he is a bridge quarterback. He's not like a long-term starter, but I think he's making $5-6 million this season, which, as a competent starter, I mean, any starting quarterback with a pulse gets $20+ million a year. So there is an obvious case that he is severely underpaid. I think to your point, he doesn't have a whole lot of leverage because he's not that much better than Gardner Minshew, who's their backup, and he's not the long-term guy. I mean, that team is going to, I don't think they drafted Carson Beck in the 3rd round, and we'll see what he is. But, if they don't take a quarterback with an early pick next year, that would be a surprise.
Well, and especially with what the quarterback class is shaping up to be in this upcoming draft class. Arch Manning continues to get a lot of hype. I don't know necessarily how deserving he is of it based off of his early career at Texas, but you've got like Trinidad Chambliss out of Ole Miss, Drew Mestermaker out of Oklahoma State. A lot of those guys could potentially be on radars here coming up in the 2027 draft. You mentioned Carson Beck. I feel like the Cardinals at some point will put Beck out there just to kind of see what they have. I mean, he was a 3rd-round pick, so obviously you got to kind of see what you've got and maybe he does show something. Beck won a lot of games in college between Georgia and Miami. Took Miami all the way to the national championship game this last year, so maybe there's something there. But the Cardinals, I don't see more than like 3 wins for them this season.
They're not,
3 or 4.
It's tough. I mean, got a new coach. I mean, I will say that team, even when they were clearly the 4th best team in the NFC West, I mean, they tended to give, they were competitive.
True. That Thursday night game last year against the Seahawks, it came down to, I think, the final play, right? Jason Myers hit a field goal as time expired.
Why is my mind blanking right now? Has it been so long since I've covered a football game that I can't remember a game that happened last season? Thursday night. Yeah, September. Yeah, that's right.
The Cardinals were their like desert storm.
Right. Yeah, they new head coach. We'll see. They have some.
That's right, Michael Freer.
Yeah, they have some talented offensive pieces. They are so. They're quite a ways away from truly competing.
They are. Coming up in the show, we've got Mike Golic Jr. at 11 a.m. Like I said, Jake Peavy of MLB Network. He joins at 12 o'clock. But up next, one Seahawk takes us behind the curtain of the 2 best teams in football. He's Brady Henderson. I'm Curtis Rogers. We're filling in for Bump Stacy on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Back on February 8th, the countdown started at 167 days.
3, 2, 1.
Right after the clock showed zeros.
The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
The champs are back on the field in just 2 days. When Seahawks training camp begins.
We know that we're target number 1 now.
And nobody covers Seahawks training camp like the home of the Super Bowl champs. Seattle Sports.
Cool cars, cool people, good tires. It's the Good Guys 38th Griot's Garage Pacific Northwest Nationals, a giant car show featuring over 3,000 of the Northwest's finest hot rods, muscle cars, classic trucks, and more. Enjoy live music, a free family fun zone featuring the Auto World Model Car Make and Take, and Earth-Shaking Nitro Thunderfest and more. Happening all this weekend at the Washington State Fair Event Center in Puyallup. Details at good-guys.com.
Long days call for lots of golf. Hey, it's Graz here, encouraging you to book a tee time between 5 a.m. and 8 p.m. at your local premier course, like Bellevue, Bill Wright, Cedar Crest, Inner Bay, Jackson Park, Lake Padden, Legion Memorial, Linwood, and Walter Hall. In Western Washington, you know you're never far from a premier course. It accommodates all skill levels, and with affordable rates, you can book a tee time and truly enjoy the summer. If you're not in the mood for walking, play Top Tracer at the range at Inner Bay, Bill Wright, and Jackson Park. Play the courses. Play Premier.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
We share our used cars. So our used cars are open trade between any store. So the sales managers don't have a problem in saying, yes, that car's available, and then that person from Seattle can come to Kirkland, pick the car up, and sell it. It's what's best for the customer at the end of the day.
The LJ way.
If the customer wants to be met in Seattle, then let's figure out how to get that car from Kirkland to Seattle so that customer can come in there and transact. When you're all one team and you've got a great relationship, the other team comes over and helps that team, and then you as the customer don't see any difference in that experience. You're still getting the same service that you want and expect.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Dave Wyman here, brand new member of Harborstone Credit Union, and I got my PNW Cashback checking account for free. No fees or minimums, and when I make everyday purchases with my Harborstone PNW Cashback debit card, I earn up to $30 each month. Gas, groceries, coffee, travel, lunch, all categories count toward your cash back. Open your free account online like I did. Go to harborstone.com/cash or visit one of their 29 branches across the Northwest.
Insured by NCUA. Terms and conditions apply.
Thinking about a new roof or exterior upgrade, but worried about the cost? This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. We've created our summertime savings event to make it simple and affordable. Save up to $3,000 off your exterior project or get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. And every qualifying GAF roof is backed by our lifetime Golden Pledge warranty. One call gets you started. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
If there's one thing you can count on, it's 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. And if there's two things you can count on, it's your smoke detector battery dying at 3 a.m. Not 3 p.m. on a Saturday when you have nothing going on. But in the middle of the night, when you're fast asleep,
Oh, come on!
get 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto with Progressive. Just one more thing you can count on. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurance. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
One of the biggest additions to the Seahawks in 2025 was the signing of Cooper Kupp in the offseason. Big free agency signing for him. And the production on the field was very palatable, sure. But his value to the Seahawks, I don't think, can be measured in just receptions and touchdowns and yardage, because we heard time and time again last year, Brady, about how he was a culture setter, how he was a guy that a lot of the young players looked to for advice, and just somebody that really helped kind of, guide the sails last year, especially in that locker room. And he's back again with the Seahawks, and yesterday was on the Pat McAfee show and gave some insight as to what life is like with the Seahawks compared to his time with the Rams. And I think it's really interesting to see just kind of how the two organizations operate and how they operate differently, how they operate the same, because everything that happens this year with the Seahawks, you kind of have to look at it with like the Rams being right there.
Yeah.
Like it reminds me a lot of like when the Seahawks and 49ers were battling it out in the early 2010s, and you just kind of had to always glance at what they were doing, who they were beating, who they were playing. And this year it's going to be more of the same, where whatever the Rams do, the Seahawks are going to have to keep that in mind. But Cooper Kupp yesterday on with Pat McAfee, talking about some of the biggest differences he's noticed from playing under Sean McVay in L.A. to what the Seahawks do up here in Seattle.
You spent 8 years in L.A., and we did things a certain way in L.A. Like, it was, Sean has, his alchemy is science. We're scientifically building like what we know works, what we know is going to win games. And so that's just all I knew. And you get to Seattle, and it's like, hey, there's a piece of this is like, hey, we're just going to play harder than you. We're going to just outcompete you. We're just going to play more physical than you. And so there was this other side of things. It's like, man, you can still, there's more than one way to win a football game, to, build a culture. It was very different. So it took a second to be like, man, what is the expectation? Because this is so different.
It's interesting to hear that from Cooper Kupp, how basically the Seahawks, we heard, what was it, last week or the week prior, McDonald on with Dan Patrick, where he said, analytics are something that, we shouldn't be afraid of. Like, that's something we, it's basically the answer to the test. And, you want to be able to have that help guide you. But also Cooper Kupp saying, like, yeah, like, we just kind of simplified everything. It's like, we're going to out physical you, we're going to out, work you and whatnot. When you look at the Seahawks approach compared to other approaches around the league, and maybe people who you've talked to, what is it about the Seahawks that makes it work? Where I feel like this may not be the first time it's been attempted across the NFL in how they've maybe been able to balance this ability to incorporate analytics into basically what Cooper Kupp is saying right there, like old school football.
Yeah, I mean, McDonald is, as you guys know, he's just a very analytical guy, and I don't think he would say it's like the end all be all, and it shouldn't be. It should be something that you use to support your approach and your thinking, and you balance that with the film and the X's and O's and all that. And so I just think it's interesting. The more I've just covered McDonald, it's interesting to me the differences between offensive-minded head coaches and defensive-minded head coaches. And the one thing I think I've noticed around the league is that, and this is a general statement, this wouldn't necessarily apply to every individual case, but it seems to me like offensive-minded head coaches, they really – the whole thing is built around the quarterback and around the offense, and it's like everything is supporting that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that defensive-minded head coaches like Mike Macdonald tend to have a more holistic view of it. Is they think that special teams, offense, and defense are each 1/3 of the game, and I don't think it's coincidence that and I would love to actually do a study on this. I'm sort of just assuming this, but I would venture to guess that the teams that are worse on special teams, actually, I would say this: the teams that are generally year over year better on special teams are coached by defensive-minded head coaches. And you see a lot of times, it seems like the 49ers and the Rams, offensive-minded head coaches, I don't think that they view special teams as being as important. They say, hey, just our offense is so good. Just don't screw it. Just be passable on special teams. And what happens a lot of times is you sort of get what you emphasize, and those teams tend to be bad on special teams.
Well,
the Rams fired their special teams coach last year, and that was what really turned that Week 15-16 game in Seattle was them punting to Rashid Shaheed when they didn't have to, and blowing the not covering it, and Rashid Shaheed scoring a touchdown that kickstarted Seattle's comeback.
Well, and special teams factored in greatly in multiple matchups against the Rams and also in the 49ers. Rashid Shaheed returning the opening kickoff against the 49ers in the divisional round. The Rams in the NFC Championship game botched a punt.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's been a big thing that the Seahawks have emphasized, and it's worked out greatly for them, having one of the best special teams units in all of football. You mentioned the difference between defensive-minded head coaches and offensive-minded ones. Cooper Kupp spoke on that yesterday about the differences he's noticed between Macdonald and McVay and how they've approached sort of like bad days for the offense during practice.
In LA, if the offense had a bad day, the entire day was awful. Like, there was nothing good that happened. If the offense was bad, it's like, no, this is awful. Sean's in a terrible mood. He's ripping everyone. There was days in training camp where I thought, oh boy, we just had a tough one offensively. And Mike brings it up, he's like, hey guys, this is how we practice. This is how we practice. Right? That needs to be the model every time. You're like, oh yeah, there's like this thing. The offensive coaches, defensive coaches, just seeing their side of the ball. So that part was nice because you're like, okay, there's a little bit of you get to be your own, you really are your own critic on a lot of this stuff, and you're really challenging yourself out as an offense.
It feels like McDonald's really good at kind of turning down the heat on his guys, where you hear that from Cooper Kupp, and he said, if the offense ever had a bad day under Sean McVay, we heard about it, and we were scared to go into meetings, and we weren't feeling super confident about ourselves, even though under McVay, the Rams have always had a really good offense. But I don't know. It feels just on the outside looking in with McDonald that he has a really good way. And maybe kind of like with Rick Woolen too last year, where Woolen would make some mistakes. And you could tell on McDonald's face in the games, dude, why are you making that kind of play? But the messaging throughout the week was always just kind of like, hey, that's our guy. Don't worry about him. And I don't know. McDonald, to me, it feels like has a really good way of just kind of making sure his guys aren't having to worry so much about how he feels in a moment or two.
Yeah, that's probably a good example of Rick Woolen because, I had reported there or said this a year ago when I think around maybe spring of 2025 that I really did not see them re-signing Rick Woolen. I think it had they had sort of come to the conclusion that this was not really a guy that is going to be not really a guy that you are going to reinvest in. And there was just a lot of inconsistencies that you saw. And yeah, to your point, McDonald would, he wouldn't air him out publicly. He wouldn't just flat out lie and say that this guy's playing great, but he wouldn't, he wouldn't use the media to really try to send a message. It would sort of be very measured comments about that ultimately was, a coach having his players back. But yeah, I think it was clear to me that they had decided a long time ago that, they were not going to pay him just because he was too up and down. But yeah, and look, every coach probably has his breaking point. So there's maybe there would have come a time where he would have just lost his patience with him. But you saw that happen with McVay and Jared Goff, where McVay was always so supportive of Goff, and then he reached a point. What was that? 2020? Yeah, I think it must have been 2020 because that offseason they traded him for Stafford. But it got to a point where he just could no longer defend this guy, and he was basically calling him out in press conferences, saying, the quarterback has to stop turning the ball over, which you don't really hear a coach talk about any player, let alone his franchise quarterback, that way.
Yeah, that's completely different MO here in Seattle compared to McVay. But look, McVay's highly successful, so
he is.
It's worked wonders for him in his career. We also heard it kind of in the days after the draft where people were asking about Ty Simpson, and you could tell that McVay was not in agreement with that pick, or at least early on was not in agreement with that pick, and just kind of like, Matthew's our quarterback, like making that well known to everybody.
Yeah, I think, I've kind of gone back and forth on this and asked a few people what they, people who cover the Rams and who know McVay well. And I think, look, it's hard to imagine that a coach like Sean McVay, who was basically the GM there, I think it's generally understood that he has final say over personnel matters. So I can't imagine that Les Snead would go rogue and saddle him with a quarterback, saddle his offensive-minded head coach with a quarterback that he didn't want. I think it's probably fair to say that he had to convince McVay that this was the right thing to do. And I think the other element there is that McVay and Matthew Stafford are very, very close.
Yeah.
And if you go back to the story that Seth Wickersham wrote about, how that whole trade came to be, these guys were hanging out together, I think, in somewhere in Cabo or something like that. These guys actually are not that far apart in age, and they are very tight. And so I think some of what you saw in that McVay was almost kind of like downtrodden in that press conference. I think part of that was him maybe trying to be delicate and not wanting to be overjoyed about drafting this guy who was there to ultimately take Matt Stafford's job.
The Seahawks
It's Matthew. Yeah,
That's
you can't
right.
call him Matt. His
definitely
wife will
not.
get mad at you, I think.
The Seahawks, they want to run it forward in 2026, but running it back in a key area might be what gets them back to a Super Bowl. That's next. Curtis Rogers and Brady Henderson here filling in for Bump Stacy on Seattle Sports.
Seattle Sports, home of Wyman and Bob.
Cole Young, he just comes up clutch.
Afternoons 2 to 7.
Game's on the line. Say you're tied. 2 outs. Who do you want up at the plate right now? At this very moment after 100 games, who do you trust the most up there? For a young guy in his first full season, he's had some big moments already.
Cole Young's only 22, so it's really exciting for the future.
And by the way, the only player on this roster to play every single game.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
It's summertime and the living is easy. If you're like me, you're spending nights on the patio listening to the game and enjoying what makes our area so beautiful. Dave Wyman here, and I have just the offer for you to get the most out of your outdoor living space. $500 off each window, $750 off patio and entry doors, and $200 off the final project. I've loved working with Harley Exteriors. They're a local company right here in Bothell, down-to-earth people who enjoyed the same things we all do, rooting on our local teams and doing the best job we possibly can day in and day out. Use Harley Exteriors to complete your home space and receive 12 or 18-month promotional financing.
Qualified buyers only. Subject to credit approval and lender terms. Minimum purchase of 4 qualifying windows required. Windows must be 36 by 36 inches or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to approved credit. Offers cannot be combined with other promotions. Offer expires July 31st, 2026.
Go to HarleyExteriors.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
D.R. Horton's National Red Tag Sales Event is going on now through August 2nd. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. Visit drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. We know this, Shannon. When the weather warms, our baseball team's bats usually get a little hotter. We also know that maybe we've been sitting around and we try to crank things to 100 and our bodies don't quite react. As the weather gets warmer, do you see more folks at IRG?
Absolutely, Brock. You just mentioned it. As the weather warms up, people think they need to get outside, which is great. But sometimes they get outside, they start too fast, too quick, and they don't warm up. They don't stretch. They don't do preparation. If you find yourself in that situation where maybe you overdid it, you're hurt, you got a bruise, a bump, an ache, get a hold of us at IRG PT. We'll do a free injury screening, and we'll give you some guidance, some recommendations to keep you on your path of healthy function, pain-free activity.
How cool is that? A free screening for you and no referral needed. Just personalized care when and where you need it. Visit irgpt.com and schedule your appointment today. Over 40 convenient locations. IRG's in your neighborhood. irgpt.com.
Looking for a new Mazda? Check out Mazda of Everett during the More to Move You sales event. As the West Coast's largest Mazda dealer, they have over 700 new Mazdas in stock and are known for always offering the Mazda of Everett price. Awarded Mazda's President's Award 13 years in a row and ranked among the top 20 Mazda dealers in the USA for customer service. Shop at 11409 Highway 99 in Everett or MazdaofEverett.com. Dealer awards and rankings based on Mazda USA reporting and data.
Ready to relax, unwind, and feel your best? The Spa Warehouse Summer Savings Expo is on now. Enjoy big savings on in-stock hot tubs and swim spas. Hot tubs start as low as $3,999 with savings up to $3,000 on select models. Score incredible deals on in-stock swim spas. Save up to $7,700. Plus, interest-free financing through 2028 on approved credit. The expo ends July 31st. Don't delay. Your best life starts at the Spa Warehouse.
Dave Wyman joined by another Swedish cyberknife patient to offer a glowing endorsement of their prostate cancer treatment. Tim Hunter, a lifelong local radio host, underwent Swedish cyberknife treatment for prostate cancer. How did you hear about Swedish cyberknife?
Well, it was this familiar sounding voice on the radio telling me about it, and so I thought I'd investigate that. Everything I heard was what I wanted to hear, and so I reached out.
What's it like to go through the cyberknife treatment?
You do a 5-day-in-a-row stint. You go to the Swedish hospital. They say set aside 45 minutes for each treatment. It's really only about 35 minutes of that little robotic arm dancing around you. There's no pain involved. It's just a matter of listening to music in headphones and trying your best not to move.
Looking back on your Swedish cyberknife experience, what stood out?
It was too easy. It was just too easy. I went through it and I just went, that's it?
Treat prostate cancer with Swedish cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate.
Cyberknife is a registered trademark of Accuray Incorporated and is used with permission.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
You hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves. Or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up in less than 15 minutes, Mike Golic Jr. will join the show. Talk some NFL with him. Also, he's returning to ESPN Radio in a couple of weeks, so really cool opportunity for him there. So we'll dive into that. But I'm Curtis Rogers, joined alongside by Brady Henderson. And Brady, the Seahawks mantra this offseason has been run it forward. They've been hammering that home since probably the start of their offseason program. But a way that they can run it back that might be a key to getting them to a Super Bowl again. I saw this from Greg Rosenthal of NFL Network, who's a friend of the show. He's appeared many times on Bump Stacy. And he was talking about the Denver Broncos and what they've been able to do in the trenches over the last about 3 or 4 years and the continuity that they've had. He said the entire Broncos starting offensive line has been together for 4 seasons, and the entire starting defensive front 7 has played together for at least 3 years. This is how you win. And the Broncos are one of the best teams in the AFC. They were basically a healthy quarterback short of potentially making it to the Super Bowl a year ago. And the Seahawks have seen a lot more continuity over the last couple of years on the offensive line and defensive line, say for, a few additions here or there. But you look at the offensive line, Brady, and it is basically the same as what it was a year ago, except for a couple of additions. Was it Bobby Hart was an addition, Bo Stevens, a draft pick here. But, everybody else is the same from a year ago.
Yeah, there were, I looked this up for a story I wrote a couple months ago. There were 11, Seahawks had 11 offensive linemen who played at least one snap last season. All 11 of those guys are back. The one real addition is Bo Stevens, the 5th-round pick, who I think is going to push Anthony Bradford for the starting job. They also signed Bobby Hart, who's a veteran backup tackle. I think that, I don't know if that's a long-term thing for them. I don't know if, I did a recent 53-man roster projection. I did not have him making the team. I think he was sort of there at least as a guy to help fill in for Josh Jones, because Josh Jones has, some sort of mystery issue that has prevented him from practicing, or at least it did prevent him from practicing during the spring. And so it's my guess is that he's back and he's going to be their backup left tackle, and that I don't know if Bobby Hart's going to be here. But to your point, it's kind of rare where you have that much continuity, where not only you have your starting 5 back, but everybody else who was a backup, and you also have the position coach, John Benton, who was back. And remember, there was some thought that as a guy who would come to Seattle from New Orleans with Kubiak, there was a thought that maybe Clint Kubiak would try to hire him to go to Vegas, and it wouldn't surprise me if he tried, but it didn't happen. And so there's a lot of continuity there. And look, every offensive lineman who has ever played in the NFL will tell you that is very important for that position. And so for now, and I say for now because Oluwatimi is one of those 11 guys, and as I've written and mentioned, I believe there is a possibility that he is traded, and it wouldn't necessarily, be because he's making too much money or he's not. I mean, he's a starting caliber player who's on a 5th-round rookie contract. I think if they do that, it would be more about doing right by the player who probably deserves a chance to start, but isn't going to get that in Seattle because Jalen Sundell is the guy. But bottom line, they have continuity that should really. I think there's an argument to be made that group is the most improved group, or has a chance to be the most improved group from last season to this season. And it goes beyond just adding a 5th-round pick who may not even start. It's because you were able to keep that group together, which is very important for offensive linemen.
Well, the local offensive line expert, Ray Roberts, was a guest on Brock and Salk earlier today. He was asked, can the offensive line be even better in 2026 than last year? Here's his answer.
I think it can, and I think you hit on 2 points there, is that you have the same offensive line coach, and hopefully, the calls and techniques and the plays and things are going to be pretty much the same and similar. I think that part is important. And because I do think that with all of the changeover over the years, that has impacted the ability for them to develop offensive linemen, because you get a different coach, a different system, a different voice, different ways to explain the same technique, all these different kinds of things. And so that impacts your ability to develop as a player.
And I mean, there is the factor of continuity and keeping the group together. There's also, Gray Zabel's entering in year 2. Yeah. He's talked a lot about how at the start of his rookie season, he just felt like everything was really fast for him. But then conversations with guys like Leonard Williams helped really put things into focus for him, and he was able to have a really strong season in his rookie year and set himself up as an anchor of this offensive line for, I think, a long time. Especially got guys like Charles Cross under contract, Abe Lucas under contract for the foreseeable future. You've got Zabel there, Sundell at the center spot. You mentioned the right guard and what kind of position battle that might set up to be. But I think when looking at what this offensive line can be too, it's not just, keeping the group together, but it's also just kind of development of some of these young guys as well.
Yeah, and I mean, Gray Zabel's a 2nd-year guy. Jalen Sundell is a 3rd-year guy. And just going back to the, why they haven't had that continuity, I mean, part of this is, they've let guys walk. And I think Damian Lewis is a good example there. I mean, he was a good, probably above average starting guard. I didn't fault them at the time when they let him walk, because I think he got a $13 million per year deal from the Panthers in free agency. And I remember thinking, I did not watch Damian Lewis and think that this is a $13 million a year player.
Same.
But ultimately you realize that like any starting guard who is at all capable gets paid in the NFL. And I don't think they made a mistake in not paying him that kind of money, but it just goes to show, like, it's hard to keep, with the way that offensive linemen are getting paid these days. You now have a center in Tyler Linderbaum making,
it's a ridiculous
upwards of $30 million per season. A center. That used to be the lowest paid, position on the offensive line. And one of the things I would look at is kind of this, I would say a gamble maybe that they made that has paid off, is paying two of your guys when they paid them. They paid Charles Cross. I think it was at the end of the regular season last year. And that wasn't so much of a gamble because he had sort of established himself as, this is a above average left tackle. But had they waited, and remember that, they still had, I think, the 5th year option at that point. So there wasn't necessarily a great deal of urgency on their part to get that done. They got that done at $26.1 million per season. Can you imagine what that price tag would have been had they waited until after Tyler Linderbaum got his contract from the Raiders? I know different positions, but if a center is making this much money, a left tackle is going to say, hey, I'm going to have a deal. My deal is going to pay me more than that. They also sort of bought a little bit low on Abe Lucas and kind of assumed the injury risk there with the guy who was coming off of the knee injury that had really, kind of slowed him down for the last couple seasons. And what is that deal? Somewhere around $15 million per year. If they had waited until this, till the, this offseason to try to get that deal done, Abe Lucas would be making a lot more than he is right now. So they sort of took that gamble and signed him when they did, and it ended up getting quite a big discount on it.
Mike Golic Jr. joins us next. This is Bump Stacy on Seattle Sports.
Back on February 8th, the countdown started at 167 days.
3, 2, 1.
Right after the clock showed zeros.
The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
The champs are back on the field in just 2 days when Seahawks training camp begins.
We know that we're target number 1 now.
And nobody covers Seahawks training camp like the home of the Super Bowl champs. Seattle Sports.
Fast Home Services is a 5-tool player, one call for it all. Water heaters, plumbing, heating, cooling, electrical. Dave Wyman here, and the same Seattle company that's handled your hot water since 1986 is now handling everything that keeps the house running. One number, one team. Home field advantage for your home. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST to book your free in-home estimate, or visit fasthomeservices.com for a virtual quote in seconds for water heaters, plumbing, HVAC, and electrical services.
Rev up for the biggest weekend of the summer. LeMay, America's Car Museum, presents Super Summer Weekend, and it's mostly free. Tons of events highlighted by this Friday night. Disney and Pixar's Cars Under the Stars drive-in movie. Then Saturday, Carson Coffee Show with Family Steam Day, featuring Super Highway 71's incredible custom-built car tracks, live demos, and hands-on fun for all ages. Don't miss it. One epic weekend. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. For the Puget Sound, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
We all know a cancer diagnosis is physically and emotionally draining, but it can be financially draining too. That's why Northwest Hope and Healing is here to help. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, a plastic surgeon who is proud to be part of Northwest Hope and Healing's mission. We provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare so patients can focus on healing. Since the year 2000, we have distributed over $3 million in direct financial assistance to thousands of local cancer patients. And you can make a direct impact. Mark your calendar for Life in Color, a summer brunch, auction, and fashion show on August 23rd at the Somme Hotel and Spa in Woodinville. It's an unforgettable afternoon of hope and inspiration, celebrating local cancer survivors. Get your tickets now for Life in Color on August 23rd. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
So you need to have a system where if a customer wants to transact online, shop their vehicle, find their vehicle, fill everything out, and do as much paperwork even online, and buy the car online, and then come in at an appointment time so they can be in and out in an efficient time. Hey, my target goal is an hour. If you want to take half those steps, just know that, you're going to have another hour of transaction and paperwork, and then you're going to have roughly an hour of delivery. Some people even want more than that because it's a lot of technology. So it's making it available so a customer that wants to go 25, 50, or 100% meet them there where they want to be. If you want to take all these steps, I can meet you there.
The Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Mariners have the day off today. They're traveling to Texas for a huge 4-game series against the Rangers with first place on the line in the AL West. That series gets going tomorrow. No real surprise, but the Seahawks have placed Zach Charbonnet on the PUP list. And ESPN's Brady Henderson says, according to sources, Nick Emmanwori landed on the PUP list because he had a recent surgery on his right ankle. But the Seahawks believe he'll be ready to go by week 1.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Curtis Rogers and ESPN Seahawks reporter Brady Henderson here, filling in for Bump and Stacy today, and we're glad to be joined by friend of the show, Mike Golic Jr., who joins us now. Mike, how are we doing today?
Doing well. How you guys doing?
We're doing good. We're doing good. Just we're very ready for football season to get here. It starts on Saturday here with training camp opening up for the Seahawks. Rookies have already reported. We're I would imagine this is not a surprise to you, but we're super amped because we've got a title to defend here in Seattle. So it's going to be a big season. Mike, just your first impression of what you have seen from the Seahawks this offseason. They did not take the same approach that their division rival Rams did in keeping everybody together. But what have you made of how the Seahawks have kind of gone about business this offseason?
Yeah, I think – when you're the team holding the trophy, there are fewer holes you have to plug. And obviously, the big headlines of this offseason was Clint Kubiak takes the Raiders job, a guy who had been so instrumental in helping orchestrate an offense around Sam Darnold and, the running backs, one of which has departed, an offensive line that was much improved and a real strength last year, and ho-hum, maybe the best wide receiver in all of football in JSN. Like, that are big shoes to fill. And for, Brian Fleury to come in who, doesn't have play calling experience, doesn't have a lot for us to go off of, but comes from a similar tree, it creates an interesting opening. But in general, like, when you're a group that got as much out of their offensive line as they did, that brings back that whole unit and the O-line coach, that's a major plus. When you've got JSN there, when you've got, in the backfield now, a guy in Jadarian Price who I think fills that role or fills at least part of that playmaking lost when Kenneth Walker left in free agency, to go along with a defense that's going to be in the conversation with the Texans for the best in the NFL. Again, I think you've done a really good job of trying to mitigate some of the difficulties that can come with a change in a loss at coordinator by supplementing the talent on offense and continuing to rely on a defense that I think is going to be great so long as Mike McDonald's there, not only bringing in this kind of talent, but also applying and teaching it the way that only he can do.
Hey, Mike, this is Brady Henderson. It's good to talk to you. You touched on the offensive line there. Curtis and I just talked about that last segment about how they basically brought everybody who played for them, not just the starters, but every backup who played a snap for them is back this season. And we hear offensive linemen talk a lot about how important that continuity is. What do you think about that? How big of a deal do you think that is for the Seahawks to return basically the same offensive line as last season?
Massive. One of my favorite things, when I was at ESPN last time, True Media used to keep track of the amount of snaps a given offensive line combination had played together. I don't think they do anymore, but at the end of the season, I always used to go and look. And more often than not, the teams that made the playoffs and wound up going on had usually the most, or at least top 5 of the most snaps logged together for their primary offensive line combination. And it's twofold. One, right, it means you're not getting injured, which is great, but also the things that you can start to do when you experience so much together, because there isn't another group. Defensive backs are close, but there isn't another group on the field that relies so much on communication and timing together as the 5 guys that play offensive line. And so to have the ability to take problems that you saw a game or two ago and apply them towards solutions that you're going to find weeks later in a similar situation is invaluable. To go through and have a guy like Gray Zabel come back and have the same voices on either side of him that are helping him as he now goes through his first offseason as a pro and goes into a year 2, where you love to see guys take that jump. And so I think that continuity, especially when it's with a group that performs well, sometimes returning production isn't all it's cracked up to be when you don't have the forces to run. But with Seattle, with a group that I think performed really well last year, provided they're all healthy, I think that continuity for them, for an offensive line coach, goes a long way in just how you solve problems on game day, and then how you can go about taking those and transposing them on other things that come up along the way.
Mike, there's probably no one we've had on this show that's watched more Notre Dame football over, the course of your lifetime than you. And we had a first-round pick here in Seattle, picked from the Fighting Irish, Jadarian Price. What jumps out to you when watching him run the ball or take kicks back? What stood out to you when viewing him and made him a first-round pick?
Yeah, I always thought it was twofold, right? Especially in the backfield he was in with Jeremiah Love, where you're getting compared to, a guy that was the 3rd overall pick in the draft. Such different styles. I think with Jadarian, the thing that always stood out to me was, first off, vision. I thought no matter the scheme, he did a really good job of understanding where his options were in front of him in the run game, and then turning that into the ability to make a big play. He's not as fast as Jeremiah was, straight line speed, but his ability to put his foot in the ground, make that decision, and then explode east and west to go along with, I think, breaking tackles better than a guy at his weight you think would do, gave him the ability to make so many big plays for this Notre Dame team. So vision and that east-west mobility and speed and burst, I thought really stood out. And then, I think you guys will appreciate, especially given who he's tasked with replacing in Kenneth Walker, who was that big playability, but also didn't afford you much on third down as a pass protector. That's one of the areas that I think Jadarian already comes in and made improvements in a big way last year going into his final season in South Bend. Him and Jeremiah Love both, and credit to Notre Dame's running back coach, Jawad Sider, I thought got a lot better in terms of their role in pass protection and an offense. And you look at Seattle's offense, what you do with a tight end room that put a ton of 2 and 3 tight end sets on the field, a guy like A.J. Barner and that versatility, it just affords you the ability to give and show defenses more. And so I think for a rookie, that's usually the area of the biggest learning curve coming in for a running back is how you fit into the equation on third down. And I think Price, in addition to the vision and playmaking ability as a runner, also comes in and is a willing and effective pass protector. I don't think he's great, but I think he's willing and effective and understands how he fits into the picture. And, man, that goes a long way if you're a young guy trying to make a huge impact the way he can.
Mike, you may have just given me a new toy to play with in True Media. I thought I knew True Media like the back of my hand. I did not know there was a function there where you can look at offensive line and how much they've played together. So I'm going to look into that.
I don't want to get your hopes up because I think that feature has since gone by the wayside. I'm a few years removed from True Media access, but it was manna from heaven, catnip for fat boys. We just want a stack. I just want something, right? We don't get much in this world. We do it for team glory, all that stuff. It was nice to just have something for the fat boys, and of course they have to take that away from us too.
All right. Well, I'm gonna talk. Not that I have any sort of pull at ESPN, but I'm gonna talk to the powers that be, see if we can get that.
You're
back.
being humble, Brady.
Jadarian Price. I want to ask you. The two questions I have with him are about the explosiveness, and not that he's not explosive, but just when you go from Ken Walker III, who. That's really what he brought to this offense. I just wonder about the drop-off there. Obviously, he returned kickoffs at Notre Dame and returned a few of them for touchdowns, so seems like there is enough of that. The other question I have is about the pass catching, and I think he only had 15 catches over 3 seasons. I'm sure a big part of that was because Jeremiah Love excelled at that part of the game, but tell me about what kind of pass catcher do you think he can be for Seattle?
Yeah, I think he can be solid in that area. Like, I don't think he's Jeremiah by any stretch. Like, Jeremiah is a guy that's closer to that McCaffrey range of a dude you can put in the slot and let cook. I think Jadarian is able. I just think the opportunities weren't always there for him in South Bend. You go back and you kind of look at the way the offense evolved over the years. It was always so run game centric. In 2024, when they made their great run to the title game, Riley Leonard was their quarterback, and that offense was a lot more quarterback run centric, low and slow passing game. And then last year with CJ Carr under center, it really spread out a lot more. You were getting the ball to so many more guys, and it's that line, there's a lot of mouths to feed and only one football. And so if you were allocating resources the way Notre Dame's offense could with all those weapons, you weren't going to get as many balls thrown to Jadarian Price. So again, I don't know if he's a guy that necessarily is going to split out and do a ton of that, but I think as a pass catcher out of the backfield, especially with the return chops, you get him the ball in space, especially in the short area, and I think you can make some good things happen for you getting his hands on the football.
Mike, elsewhere in the NFC West, we're all just kind of waiting on Aaron Donald, which is a scary proposition. That's not something that any opponent of the Rams wants to see, especially in addition to Myles Garrett being on the defensive line. He's a couple of years removed from the last time he was out there, but it is Aaron Donald, and he is one of the greatest players in NFL history. What do you think adding Aaron Donald can do to that Rams defense? Does that addition make them a clear-cut, better defense than what the Seahawks had a year ago? How would that addition change things in the NFL landscape?
Yeah, it would be massive, and I think that would be all about timing, right? Like, because with him, you're bringing in a closer. I don't think Aaron Donald signing up to go and grind it out on second down in week 4 for this. You're talking about a closer for the postseason, and that's where he can be most dangerous and give them the most flexibility, right? Like, you're already talking about a defense that had issues at corner and went and overhauled them, bringing in Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson and these guys to supplement that, bring in Myles Garrett to give you a defense that maybe gets back to just more straight 4-man pass rush instead of having to do more with the group they had up front to replace Donald in the aggregate. But you get one of the best finishers in football. Mina Kimes, obviously, well known in Seattle country. I was listening to her NFC West preview podcast the other day, and she brought up this fact that Aaron Donald, the year he retired, was number one in ESPN pass rush win rate, at the very least among interior defensive linemen. That may have been amongst all defensive linemen. The point is, he walked away with gas left in the tank, has kept himself in phenomenal shape, hasn't put himself through the pounding. And so I still believe that, hey, if you got a defensive line with Myles Garrett on it, with all the other talent they have there, and then you want to throw him in, and God forbid he gets a one-on-one matchup, I think that dog can still hunt. And so it makes them, maybe a better defense than Seattle in certain instances like that. Seattle had some attrition up front. I still think so much of it is grounded in what Mike McDonald can do scheme-wise, what you do at a position like three technique, where Byron Murphy already showed potential to be one of the best players in the NFL last year. But it gives them that ability to finish games the way Aaron Donald was so well known for during the Rams Super Bowl run, during their best seasons under Sean McVay.
My outlook on players returning from retirement has completely changed in the last 6 months after seeing Phillip Rivers at 44 years old come off his couch and start a few games. So, yeah, Aaron Donald, why not? We have gone, 15 minutes without asking you about the quarterback. And I think if we go an entire segment without that, I think the FCC is going to come in and pull us off the air. So just give me your outlook on Sam Darnold and what you think, what kind of season you think he's in store for.
Yeah, I think it should be more of the same. Now, again, play calling matters, and having the right guy with you pulling the strings. Ask the Philadelphia Eagles, another perennial NFC contender, about how that can go when you make the wrong choice at that spot. But I think in general, Sam Darnold could walk into the season with renewed confidence, right? He went through such a metamorphosis in Minnesota before he got to Seattle, but then to get to the postseason and play the clean brand of football that he was able to do for them after maybe some doubt crept in the back half of last season, I think should go a long way. He's still got such great security blankets all over the place. I mentioned Barner, JSN, Elijah Arroyo becomes another guy who could take a big step this year and be a great weapon for them. So you've got all the making there. You've got a rock-solid foundation in front of him. We talked about the backs. To walk in now, he should be extremely confident. I still think he's a guy. Is he ever going to be top 5 in the league? No, that's not what you brought him in here to do, and that's not what he needs to do for this team. But I think he's more than capable of, once again, going out and being a reason why you're a Super Bowl contender yet again this year, because the talent's there. I was just watching tape of this team earlier today, and there's a few of those throws every game that remind you why he was so coveted coming out, why so many people were willing to keep taking chances on him, because given the time and the right circumstances, he could put the ball in some special spots, and you've been able to curtail the bad stuff that haunted him along the way in the moments that mattered most. And I think that's the most important mental capital going forward for him.
Now, Mike, before we let you go, you and your dad have a really cool thing getting started next month on ESPN Radio. The Golic name synonymous with ESPN Radio as far as I'm concerned. Really excited to get you guys back on those airwaves. Tell the good people what's in store for you and Mike Sr.
Yeah, the Golic is coming back to ESPN Radio. It starts August 3rd. We're going to be 10 a.m. To noon Eastern, Monday through Friday. And you're right. And listen, this is the house that Dad built, right? ESPN Radio is not what it is now or ever without what Dad and what Greeny built with Mike and Mike for so many years. I was fortunate to get a taste of working with Dad on ESPN Air with Golic and Wingo before we left, but that was Dad and Trey's show that I was a third chair on, and was honored to be that. It was well before I was probably ready or deserving of that, but I tried to do the best I could with it. Now, coming back with more experience, even more appreciation for what this platform afforded me, afforded my family, and to get the chance to do this together with Dad and have it be ours for 2 hours a day, do what Dad did so well for so many years, and invite people into our family, invite them into our living room for what it was like watching sports with us growing up for the last 37 years of my life. So we're pumped. We can't wait to get started, and it's going to be really, really fun to be back. We're excited to hear you guys back on ESPN Radio airwaves. He is Mike Golic Jr., kind enough to join us here today. Mike, really appreciate you stopping by, and we'll have to catch up later on in the football season. Absolutely. Keep me posted if we make any headway on True Media Glories with that guy. Appreciate y'all.
You got it. Thanks, Mike.
Say the Mariners' 50th season celebration weekend is kicking off on August 7th, and Seattle Sports wants to send you and a friend to be part of the celebration. You'll get the chance to watch batting practice before the gates open, then stick around for the game and the Alumni Home Run Derby. To enter, all you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app. If you don't already have the app, simply text app to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download. Enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Monday, July 27th. Let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
All right, Brady, we've got you in place of Bump today for 4 Down territory. So first down to you. Hard Knocks is presumably already filming the Seahawks. Cameras are all over the building. So who are some guys on this roster, or maybe even some coaches, that you think will shine in front of the cameras?
Devon Witherspoon is a guy. I don't know how the cameras are going to avoid.
Everybody's number one choice.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to avoid him. I mean, there's also the contract situation, but just his personality. I mean, this guy is the energizer of that defense and maybe of the entire team. You know, if you ever go out to a training camp practice, you know, even when the music is playing, you can still hear Devon Witherspoon, whether it's on the sideline, just chirping or celebrating, or on the field. You can just not, you can't miss this guy. And it's not an act. It's just naturally who he is. And I think those are the guys that really shine on Hard Knocks, is the guys who are just themselves, not the guys who are putting it on for the camera. And another guy that comes to mind is sort of a lesser known guy is Brady Russell.
Okay. He's got a mullet, right?
I believe so, or he did. Yeah. I don't know if he still has it. But you know, he's just a fun, upbeat kind of, you know, lighthearted kind of guy, and I think that's going to play well. I think he's not going to be one of those guys that shies away from it.
Second down. Brady, which player has the best chance at opening some eyes with a great training camp?
There's always a receiver or two that just steals the show. Now, you see it a lot in the spring when those guys, you know, it's sort of the non-contact rules. And, you know, so you see a lot of defensive backs who don't really contest balls. They're going to be contesting throws, but I still think that Rashid Shaheed is going to really stand out. And you saw that in the spring, where, I mean, he had a really good spring. And I think Mike McDonald has talked about how he kind of behind the scenes, you know, set some really strong marks in terms of just his workout production. And, you know, they monitor everybody with the GPS trackers and everything. So Rashid Shaheed, you know, with more familiarity with Sam Darnold than he had last season when he sort of joined on the fly, I think Rashid Shaheed is going to stand out.
Third down. So far, a notable absence to the PUP list is Torrey Horton, who dealt with that shin issue that ended his 2025 season prematurely. What's the latest with him? Should we expect to see him be a full go in training camp?
Yeah, I don't know, maybe full go, and maybe not necessarily right out of the gate, but the word from Mike McDonald sort of at the end of the spring was that he should be ready either at or around the start of training camp. And, you know, maybe he's ready to go on day one on Saturday. Maybe they kind of ease him in. You know, there was even a thought that McDonald, I think it said at one point during the spring, that there was a chance he could come back and do something by the end of minicamp. That didn't happen. But McDonald said afterwards that the outlook is still positive with Torrey Horton and that he should be ready to go. If it's not day one of training camp, maybe it's the first few days of training camp. And to your point, the fact that they did not put him on PUP, which I think would have happened by now, the fact that they did not put him on PUP suggests to me that, you know, you're going to see him early in training camp.
Fourth down. Brady, what's a position battle on the Seahawks we're not talking about enough?
Well, I think we're talking about quite a few of them, but I would say cornerback, number 3 cornerback. I mean, we know who the top 2 guys are going to be. They drafted Julian Neal in the 3rd round, who's a really talented guy who seems to have that kind of spirit that they like. But I don't think they're going to hand him a starting job right away. And Noah Igbenogany, I'm going to screw that name up so many times. I apologize. I think I got it right there. Noah Igbenogany is somebody they signed in free agency. Not a huge deal, but there was enough guaranteed money there to where you think, yeah, this guy's going to be on the team, and he might even have, you know, a role for them on defense. He has played inside and outside. So maybe he is your traditional nickelback, and maybe you keep Devon Witherspoon on the perimeter. The counterpoint to that is that we all saw what Devon Witherspoon can do when he's blitzing from the slot. He changed the Super Bowl in a huge way. So, but regardless of how they use Witherspoon, I think I apologize. I'm getting choked up here. This is an emotional
position battle.
You guys know what number 3 cornerbacks mean to me. I'm verklempt over here. Yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting battle, and maybe even Nehemiah Pritchett sneaks his way into that. But I think it's really going to be between Igbenogany and Ryan Neal for that 3rd cornerback spot.
I'll let you collect yourself.
Thank you,
Brady.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Coming up in the timeline, a change on the Mariners coaching staff. That's next. Curtis Rogers and Brady Henderson filling in for Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports.
Back on February 8th, the countdown started at 167 days.
3, 2, 1.
Right after the clock showed zeros.
The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
The champs are back on the field in just 2 days when Seahawks training camp begins.
We know that we're target number 1 now.
And nobody covers Seahawks training camp like the home of the Super Bowl champs. Seattle Sports.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Ready to relax, unwind, and feel your best? The Spa Warehouse Summer Savings Expo is on now. Enjoy big savings on in-stock hot tubs and swim spas. Hot tubs start as low as $3,999 with savings up to $3,000 on select models. Score incredible deals on in-stock swim spas. Save up to $7,700. Plus, interest-free financing through 2028 on approved credit. The expo ends July 31st. Don't delay. Your best life starts at the Spa Warehouse.
If it's blocking your view, keeping your yard dark or shaded, or impossible to mow around, get rid of that tree or stump this summer with P&D Tree Service. They'll do it safely and quickly, cleaning up your yard in the process. P&D Tree turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. One tree or land clearing, they have the tools and expertise for the job. They specialize in large tree removal. Ever seen a tree removed by crane? PndTreeService.com.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafee, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. At Pella Windows and Doors, we pride ourselves on delivering top-quality windows and doors that enhance the beauty and energy efficiency of your home. Our products are built to last with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. Whether you're looking to upgrade your windows or install new doors, Pella has you covered.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
Look, I need to be real with you for a second. At Seattle Children's Hospital, 1 in 3 patient families cannot afford the food their kids need to heal. Think about that. A child recovering from surgery, learning to walk again, and the family is struggling to put food, nutritious food, on the table. That's why Safeway and Seahawk, Jackson Smith and Jigba are launching the Food First Project, a multi-year initiative to fight pediatric food insecurity right here in our community. This is not someday maybe talk. This is grocery cards, produce vouchers, and food as medicine programs going directly to families the moment the need is identified. No barriers, no red tape, just help right now. They're funding vitamin D screenings, nutrition support for student athletes, rehabilitation feeding tools, and meals for hundreds of families staying inpatient at the hospital. I love what Safeway and Seattle Children's are doing, making a real difference where it matters most. JSN showing up. Now it's our turn, 12s. Put food first. Learn more at Safeway.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Not all roofs are created equal, and not all warranties are either. This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Right now, take advantage of free lifetime Golden Pledge warranties on all GAF shingle installations and save up to $3,000 or choose 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. Summertime savings won't last forever. Protect your home with a roof you can count on for decades. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents wisdom from the road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. So much more than just physical and hand therapy, though, Shannon. You guys, holy smokes, do you have a lot of specialty care?
Yeah, Brock, we do. You know, obviously our nuts and bolts is good old musculoskeletal, but we have a lot of therapists that do advanced certifications in specialty care. And that's important because we can treat the whole population. We can treat your neighborhood. We can treat your family. And those specialty services range from neurovestibular care to dry needling, sports medicine, hand therapy, pelvic floor, vestibular rehab, lymphedema, you name it, we have that service. Again, we're about taking care of the whole family and the whole family's needs.
Remember, IRG, they're in your neighborhood. I'm talking over 40 locations and new additions in Wallingford and the WAC as well, that Washington Athletic Club. You can find them in person. You can find it online at irgpt.com. That is irgpt.com.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
This is The Timeline, looking at some of the biggest stories coming across your timeline, your social media. And just moments ago, this one, some Mariners news dropping. All the Mariners beat writers have it. Adam Jude, Shannon Dreyer, Daniel Kramer. The Mariners have fired assistant hitting coach Bobby Magallanes. Ed Paparella, the club's minor league hitting coordinator, is joining the major league club for the rest of the season. So a big shakeup to the Mariners coaching staff. When an offense like this is struggling for an extended period of time, I mean, we're coming up on August now, and the Mariners currently ranking last in batting average in Major League Baseball and also last in slugging percentage. You kind of felt like something was going to happen in terms of whether, they trade for a player or maybe there's something, there's a change or two made to the coaching staff. But Bobby Magallanes out as the Mariners assistant hitting coach. Kevin Seitzer still here as well as Edgar. So just a change to the hitting staff. And hopefully this might unlock something with the Mariners offense. Who knows? But this is just kind of par for the course in baseball when an offense is struggling like this. It was, a couple of years ago, Brant Brown, when he was hired as the offensive coordinator, which is a term.
The play caller?
He's got
exactly.
the headset on?
The play sheet?
He's got it all. He was let go, I think, a couple months into the season. I think that was back in 2024, if I'm not mistaken. But, so a change to the Mariners coaching staff. That was our first story on the timeline. How about this one, Brady? We've got a brand new candidate for awkward pump-up speech of the year. Jonathan Gannon, I think, had long been the title belt holder, but he's
the award is named after him.
Yeah,
actually.
Exactly. Yeah. But that title is vacant, so there's a new challenger. And I got to be honest, I was surprised it was this guy because he's been coaching in the NFL for so long, especially as a head coach. But John Harbaugh, his introductory speech to his Giants players, I can't imagine they're ready to run through a brick wall for him.
Welcome, man. Good to see everybody here. You excited?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. A little nervous?
Nope.
Huh? A little nervous? I'm a little nervous, man. I'm nervous. Excited nervous, Nervous like you're full of game almost, man. Give it a sick kick off. I'm standing up here in front of the New York Giants. The New York Giants. It's the New York Giants sitting in this room. The New York Giants. Wow. It's an honor. It's an honor to stand in front of this room right now. And I know those coaches back there feel the same way, right, coaches? Listen on, man. We've been working, haven't we? We've been working early, we were late, getting ready for today. Today. Sitting in this chair, in this seat, getting to work, getting started, our beginning. Because this is where it all begins, together.
That was tough to
I
listen
think
to.
he lost the room when he asked him, "Do you feel nervous?" and the players responded, "No." I think that was it. Because if they had said yes, then I think he might have gone into a different tangent that he was maybe more prepared for. But when they said no, he was kind of like, "Uh-oh, there goes my first point that I was about to make." And then constantly repeating the New York Giants over and over and getting louder and getting no response back.
It sounded like it was. He tried to do it completely off the cuff. There was no plan. He was just going off of vibes. My thought when I was listening to that was, this sounds like if you told AI to have Russell Wilson deliver an introductory speech, but do it in John Harbaugh's voice.
Oh yeah,
that's kind of what it sounded like. And yeah, I'm with you. I'm surprised that this is John Harbaugh we're talking about, a guy who's been a head coach forever, won a Super Bowl. Yeah, that's surprising. When we look, maybe he got it back on the rails, and maybe he crushed the second part of that, and we only caught the bad snippet of it, but that was painful to listen to.
It reminded me of, and everybody in the corporate world has had to go to like a conference where somebody comes out with the headset, the like Britney Spears style headset, and they're like, it's like 7 a.m. and they get up on stage and like, "All right, who's ready to have a good morning?" And the room just goes dead silent, and they're like, "I can't hear you," and still nothing in return.
Yeah,
that was a brutal listen. Sorry, John Harbaugh. Sorry to do you like that. Also on the timeline, Tom Dundon, Portland Trailblazers owner, continues to raise the bar for cheap sports ownership. Obviously, the news yesterday that Kevin Calabro would be leaving the Blazers TV broadcast. That's in addition to numerous cuts that the entire broadcast team felt, as well as cuts across the entire organization. But how about this little snippet from the Oregonians, Joe Freeman, who covers the team for the big paper in Portland. So Kraken announcer John Forsland used to work for Tom Dundon's Carolina Hurricanes. He was their play-by-play voice for a couple decades. In fact, he even was calling games for the Hartford Whalers, which was who the Carolina Hurricanes were prior to moving to Raleigh all those years ago, like 25 years ago or whatever. Freeman writes that Dundon, when he was in charge, or when he was basically Forsland's boss back in Carolina, he asked Forsland to take an 83% pay cut to continue his job with the Carolina Hurricanes.
83%.
83%.
So, like, if you're making let's try to do some math here. If you're making $100,000,
you're now making
$17,000.
Yeah.
That is 83%.
He's basically asking you to work pro bono at that point. Like with all the travel that it takes to be an NHL play-by-play guy or an NBA play-by-play guy, like that is a spit in the face, right? Like,
yeah,
83%.
It's almost. I mean, it's hard to believe.
I can't. When you receive an offer like that, it's basically like, oh, you don't want me here anymore.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay.
Right.
Like
you're trying to get me to leave. Like,
yeah,
there's no way. I mean, I would love to hear the owner's side of that story, because it's hard to believe. It's so low.
I don't know if that's maybe what Kevin Calabro got in his offer to remain, if he was even offered to remain with the Portland Trail Blazers, but an 83% pay cut that Forsland reportedly was asked to take if he wanted to stick around in Carolina. Now, it's all worked out for Forsland because he's, here in Seattle. He's an incredible play-by-play announcer. Also does a ton of stuff for TNT. I believe he also does Amazon Prime's Monday Night Hockey up in Canada. So, like, he is well taken care of and is definitely among the very best in his profession. But 83%, that's absurd.
Wild.
That's crazy. Speaking of the Kraken, earlier this summer it leaked that Dallas Stars 40-goal scorer Jason Robertson turned down an 8-year, $120 million offer sheet from the Kraken and instead re-signed with Dallas on a 1-year, $12 million deal instead. He was asked about why he declined Seattle's offer, did not give much of an answer.
It's a huge story involving the Seattle Kraken offering you an 8-year deal, huge amount of money, having maybe a trade in place with Dallas, and then you deciding that that's not a place you necessarily wanted to commit that number of years to. Could you kind of take us through a little bit of that process and maybe enlighten us a little bit about your thinking on that?
Yeah, I mean, knowing what happened yesterday, I like to think everything in the past and what happened from then to now is kind of doesn't matter anymore. And we just want to focus on having a great summer this year and coming into camp ready to go and try to win a cup.
Pretty classic non-answer.
Yeah, that was a non-answer if I've ever heard one. Okay, so 8 years, 120. That would be, if my math is correct, $15 million a year.
Yeah, about $15 million a year.
And he took a 1-year, $12 million deal.
Yeah.
Okay, so put into perspective what 120 over 8 is in, like, that is the equivalent of what in NFL money?
That would be like top of the line quarterback money.
Really?
In the NFL. Yeah. Like we're talking
Dak money.
Dak Prescott money. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I think the biggest contract in the NHL is about $17 million per.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think that's like Connor McDavid. So $15 million is just like a notch below the top end money, and he was like, nah.
Well, and it's great that he cleared up exactly why he turned it down.
Gosh. The Mariners have the night off, but you can join me for another edition of Extra Innings from 7 to 9 p.m. on Seattle Sports. That is Around the Diamond, which is brought to you by Klein Jewelers Edmonds. Coming up at noon, MLB Network Analyst Jake Peavy joins the show. But up next, Devon Witherspoon, that contract extension. Are we getting closer to seeing a deal get done? We talk that next. He's Brady Henderson. I'm Curtis Rogers. We're filling in for Bump Stacy on Seattle Sports.
Jeff Passan, every Tuesday morning at 8:30 with Brock and Salk.
The problem that I'm seeing right now, Brock, is the absolute mediocrity of the American League has a chance to completely upend our expectations of what a trade deadline looks like. That because the standings are so flat in the American League, this could be a molasses slow deadline.
Get more on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and the Seattle Sports app.
Summer is the time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your abs or tan. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your very own hair the very next day, and they guarantee your new hair will grow. They are the team that addressed my hair loss, and I recommend them to everyone. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar. Advanced Hair's summer sales event is on for a limited time. So get the details and schedule your free consultation today. 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and make the call now while their summer savings event is still on. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Every summer, homeowners wait too long to find a house painter. There are only a few months left of good weather. Don't be the one left out in the rain. All Covered Painting is accepting a limited number of exterior projects this summer. If you want a licensed contractor that does the work right and backs it up with an industry-leading warranty, don't wait. Now offering a complimentary color consultation with a designer for specific projects. Get your free estimate at allcoveredpainting.com.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Let me take you back 104 years ago. The year is 1922. The president is Warren G. Harding. Insulin is a breakthrough diabetes treatment. Betty White is born, and Wayscar Ford opens in Auburn. I mean, think about that. The Ford Bronco Sport I'm driving is from a dealership that's been around for 104 years. How's that possible? Wayscar Ford is a model of consistency, and their secret It's all about the people, employees and customers, just like you and me. I'm looking at their core values, but they're more than words on paper. They mean it. They care. You know who I actually just texted with a question about the car? The guy I got it from at Wayscar Ford. He's awesome, and so is everyone, from the front desk all the way up to Way himself. Wayscar Ford is celebrating their 104th birthday in Auburn with exclusive deals for loyal customers. No payments for 104 days. Enter to win tickets. Go see them in person and be part of history. The Wayscarf Way. 104 years of service, trust, and community. Wayscarford.com.
Dave Wyman here, brand new member of Harborstone Credit Union, and I got my PNW Cashback checking account for free. No fees or minimums, and when I make everyday purchases with my Harborstone PNW Cashback debit card, I earn up to $30 each month. Gas, groceries, coffee, travel, lunch, all categories count toward your cash back. Open your free account online like I did. Go to harborstone.com/cash or visit one of their 29 branches across the Northwest.
Insured by NCUA. Terms and conditions apply.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Devon Witherspoon still not with pen to paper on the extension. There was a couple of updates earlier this week about where things stand between Witherspoon and the Seahawks. On Good Morning Football, Ian Rappaport mentioned, I believe this was yesterday or today, that the Seahawks have offered Witherspoon around $32 million per year.
My understanding is the Seahawks and Witherspoon have been in intense negotiations for the last several months on a deal that will almost certainly make him the highest paid cornerback in the NFL. Previously, or currently I should say, it's $31 million per year in new money. $32 million per year would be the new benchmark for Devon Witherspoon. Would be very surprised if a deal doesn't end up around there for the Seahawks star. Really just a matter of the two sides agreeing on a number and getting this deal done. The Seahawks have made an extraordinary effort to try to make this happen. We will see if Witherspoon ends up accepting and if the two sides end up coming together and solidifying this deal.
There's a lot of talk, Brady, around the NFL about making a nickel corner the highest paid corner in the game. And when Witherspoon does sign his deal, he'll only be the highest paid corner for a little bit because Christian Gonzalez is also negotiating at this time.
And that one might get done first, by the way.
Right, yeah. There's because they're part of the same agency.
And I think the impression I've gotten is that there's been more progress on Gonzalez than there has. I don't know that for a fact, but that's sort of my read on it.
Interesting. So when you look at Witherspoon and his skill set and just kind of what is being asked of him, so many people across the NFL are kind of like, well, like, I don't know if I'd feel comfortable paying a nickel corner as much as the Seahawks are about to. That's normally money reserved for, like, the number one corner on your team, the guy who's locking down the best receiver every game. But when you look at Witherspoon's importance to this defense and the dollar amount that is coming his way, what do you make of just kind of when you look at the two factors in why people might be hesitant to give Devon Witherspoon that kind of money?
Well, I don't think the Seahawks are. I agree with Ian when he said I expect him to be the highest paid cornerback in the NFL. So I don't think the Seahawks have any reservation about making him the highest paid guy. And certainly I don't think they have any reservation about paying a guy who, and I wouldn't call him a nickel cornerback. I'd say he's a number one cornerback who, because he is so good at playing inside, sometimes moves inside. Now, a lot of times your nickelback, your slot corner, he is that because he doesn't have quite the size and the speed to play on the outside. So when you're a nickel cornerback, it's like he's a good cornerback, but he's your third best cornerback because he's, maybe doesn't have the speed to keep up with guys on the perimeter. He doesn't have the size to keep up with those bigger, to handle those bigger receivers. So you want to match him up on a slot receiver who's smaller and who's more quick than he is fast. That's not the reason they put him in there. The reason they put him inside in some situations is because he's a really physical guy. You get him closer in on the action in run defense, and he's an excellent blitzer. And we saw that when he was a rookie in 2023. Didn't see it as much in 24, but you saw it in the Super Bowl where he changed the game. He very easily could have been MVP. So I put zero stock into this idea that there is or should be any apprehension about making him the highest paid guy when he's a nickel corner. I don't think he's a nickel corner. I think he's a number one corner who, because he has varied skill sets and he's really physical, you sometimes take advantage of those skills inside. You're not trying to hide him inside. You're trying to accentuate him when you move him inside.
Well, and I think, too, you look at just the impact that he's had in games, specifically the Super Bowl. I feel very confident saying he was the best player on the field against the Patriots that night, and the impacts that he made in plays. I mean, obviously, what he was able to do on the play that sealed the win, jarring the ball loose from Drake May, falls right into the hands of Uchenna Nwosu, who runs it into the end zone for a touchdown to make it, a 29-7 ball game at that point. He does stuff that you don't really see a lot of corners doing, and that is a very important thing for what the Seahawks want to do. And I think, if Mike McDonald wasn't on board to pay Devon Witherspoon, if John Schneider wasn't, then they would maybe have a little bit of hesitancy to hand out this contract. But it sounds to me like outside of getting JSN extended, this was like priority number 2 for the Seahawks this offseason is getting their young superstars locked up for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, it was. And as I've reported, when they got that JSN deal done in, I think it was late March, right after that, they turned their attention to a new deal for Witherspoon. I think there was a lot of hope inside the organization that, this would have gotten done, sometime before the end of the spring, to where they could have, sort of given him the JSN treatment and had the press conference and really celebrated him. I don't think that the reason this deal has not got done yet, I don't think this is at all the Seahawks being unwilling to play ball. I can't remember the word that Rappaport used, but he was sort of conveying what I understand to be the case too, is that they have really tried to make this deal done. I think the hang-up has more so been on Witherspoon's side. And there's a couple of possibilities there. One is that the agency, in fact, the same agent at Wynn Sports, who represents Devon Witherspoon, also represents Christian Gonzalez of the Patriots, who, same draft class, is also up for an extension that's probably going to make him the highest paid guy. Whether he goes first or second, I think whoever goes first is going to be the highest paid guy. Whoever goes second is going to top that guy. And so I think maybe there's a thought that the agent is trying to get the Gonzalez deal done first, and that Witherspoon has kind of been held up because of that. I have another theory, which is that maybe the fact that Hard Knocks is coming to Seahawks training camp maybe that has something to do with it. And
hadn't considered that.
And maybe, if you know agents, and this is not to disparage agents at all, there's a lot of really good agents who are good at what they do and really good people. But it is sort of a lot of times in the agent's interest to promote themselves. And what better way to promote yourself as an agent than to show the entire football viewing public, or I guess anybody with an HBO subscription, who made Devon Witherspoon the highest paid guy. If you've waited this long, you might as well wait another couple weeks to, where the Hard Knocks cameras are there. And I guess you only got to wait another week at this point. But for the Hard Knocks cameras to be there to document it all.
Yeah, August 4th, the premiere date. So maybe we see something prior to August 4th with Devon Witherspoon. I mean, it's not really a deadline, but it is the premiere episode.
Yeah, and I will predict right now that if this deal hasn't gotten done yet, I think this is gonna factor into one of the first. I think this deal is gonna get done. I think he's gonna be the highest paid guy, and my guess is that we see this on Hard Knocks, and maybe the agent makes an appearance.
Up next, we are joined by MLB Network Analyst Jake Peavy. That comes your way right after this. I'm Curtis Rogers. He's Brady Henderson. We're filling in for Bump Stacy on Seattle Sports.
Seattle Sports, home of Wyman and Bob.
Cole Young, he just comes up clutch.
Afternoons 2 to 7.
Game's on the line. Say you're tied, 2 outs. Who do you want up at the plate right now? At this very moment after 100 games, who do you trust the most up there? For a young guy in his first full season, he's had some big moments already.
Cole Young's only 22, so it's really exciting for the future.
And by the way, the only player on this roster to play every single game.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Klein Jewelers is all about celebrating big anniversaries. What's a big anniversary? Year 1, year 5, year 25. If you forgot about it, you'll find out just how big it is. No matter the year, Klein Jewelers is here to help you celebrate with something beautiful. Maybe it's a 3-stone ring that honors your past, present, and future. Maybe it's a new band to stack or the diamond upgrade you've been dreaming about. And while we love anniversaries, we're here for all life's special moments too. Klein Jewelers by the Fountain in downtown Edmonds. Your jeweler for life.
Your neighbors at 3 Tree Roofing love telling you no. No high-pressure sales pitches. No Band-Aid fixes that will fail come wintertime. No outrageous pricing from some corporate-owned roofing company with headquarters thousands of miles from here. 3 Tree Roofing is local, family-owned, and their team will build you a worry-free plan for your roof replacement, completely free. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate and call today to say yes to an additional $500 discount. That's 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Puget Sound remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Super Summer Weekend is here at LeMay, America's Car Museum. This Friday, Disney Pixar's movie Cars, drive-in theater style. Saturday, Carson Coffee Show and Family Steam Day with custom car tracks and hands-on fun. AmericasCarMuseum.org.
How sweet it is! 50 seasons of moments. 50 seasons of legends. A once-in-a-lifetime event. Join Mariners past and present at T-Mobile Park August 7th through 9th for 50 Season Celebration Weekend. The festivities begin Friday with a post-game slugfest, the Alumni Home Run Derby featuring Ichiro and other former Mariners sluggers, presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Saturday will be a showstopper. 50 Season Celebration Night presented by Daktronics. Arrive early to witness the biggest gathering of franchise icons ever assembled as the 50 greatest Mariners from across all 5 decades are revealed. It just continues. 505. The weekend wraps up on Sunday with a collectible 50 Seasons pin giveaway thanks to KeyBank. Seats are going fast. Get yours at mariners.com/tickets.
We all know a cancer diagnosis is physically and emotionally draining, but it can be financially draining too. That's why Northwest Hope and Healing is here to help. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, a plastic surgeon who is proud to be part of Northwest Hope and Healing's mission. We provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare so patients can focus on healing. Since the year 2000, we have distributed over $3 million in direct financial assistance to thousands of local cancer patients. And you can make a direct impact. Mark your calendar for Life in Color, a summer brunch, auction, and fashion show on August 23rd at the Somme Hotel and Spa in Woodinville. It's an unforgettable afternoon of hope and inspiration, celebrating local cancer survivors. Get your tickets now for Life in Color on August 23rd. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Ready to relax, unwind, and feel your best? The Spa Warehouse Summer Savings Expo is on now. Enjoy big savings on in-stock hot tubs and swim spas. Hot tubs start as low as $3,999 with savings up to $3,000 on select models. Score incredible deals on in-stock swim spas. Save up to $7,700. Plus, interest-free financing through 2028 on approved credit. The expo ends July 31st. Don't delay. Your best life starts at the Spa Warehouse.
Everyone always asks me, what were your top reasons for choosing Advanced Hair? Well, allow me to share, along with some details on, get this, their once-a-year summer savings event. Okay, first off, Advanced Hair stands by the results, and I'm living proof those results are second to none. With Advanced Hair, your own natural hair is guaranteed to grow. Secondly, Advanced Hair combines top-rated physicians with modern technology, creating a concierge quality experience that blew away my expectations. And lastly, Advanced Hair's Advanced FUE begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. It is quick, simple, and easy. Now, if you have a flexible schedule this summer and you've been waiting for that special savings opportunity, well, it's here. Advanced Hair's Summer Savings Event will get you the most hair for your dollar. It's their best offer ever. For details to schedule your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
A change to the Mariners coaching staff. Assistant hitting coach Bobby Magallanes has reportedly been fired. The Mariners currently rank last in all of Major League Baseball in batting average and slugging. Mariners are off today. They're traveling to Texas for a big four-game series against the Rangers. First place in the AL West on the line, and no real surprise, but the Seahawks place running back Zach Charbonnet on the PUP list.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
Excited to be joined now by MLB Network Analyst and former Cy Young Award winner Jake Peavy. You can watch Jake on MLB Tonight's national pregame show, which is coming up at 2 p.m. today. Also, Jake will be part of MLB Network's Hall of Fame coverage, which begins at 8 a.m. Pacific this coming Sunday. Jake, no pressure. This is Ryan Rowland-Smith, your MLB Network colleague's normal time slot. We had to move some things around, so you're filling in for Ryan, so no pressure today.
Trading an Australian accent for a Southern accent. Here we go.
Exactly. I love it. Well, Jake, thank you so much for joining us. And obviously, things have not gone to plan for the Mariners here to start the season. 51-51. They're looking up at the Texas Rangers in the American League West race. What have you made of the Mariners playing below, I think, everyone's expectations so far?
Well, it's been disappointing, especially off the run. I know how fired up the fan base has been throughout all sports, and especially after last year in Seattle sports in general, getting so close to that first World Series ever and being beat just on the smallest of margins. So I think, everybody around the globe had big expectations for what was to come in Seattle. I don't think anybody could have ever imagined the drop-off of Cal Raleigh. It's just tremendous, and I don't know that at any meeting in the offseason you saw him at a OPS plus of 65, well below league average after just carrying such an enormous part of the team last year. So starts and ends there. Naylor hasn't quite been just the offensive struggles. You're not going to be last in average and slugging percentage and think you're going to win. That's just a tough league.
You mentioned guys who are struggling in this Mariners lineup. When you were pitching and you were facing a guy that had a proven track record but was maybe struggling during the season, Which version of that player did you prepare for? Was it who that hitter was at the current time, or was it maybe who that guy had been over the course of their entire career?
Well, you certainly know the namesake and what Cal can do on any swing and how big moments that he's had, big swings that he's had. But outside of that, you are pitching to somebody the way they've performed about the last 2 weeks. You know, as a starting pitcher, you have all these notes and stuff that you're looking at and percentages over the course of a season, but that all gets narrowed down into a 2-week window for me as a starting pitcher. I was looking at your last 2 weeks versus right-handers, some starters that had success against you, and just really mirroring a lot of what they did presentation-wise. And again, Kyle's being pitched to in a way that we didn't see last year. And when they did pitch to him the way they did to him this year, he was making them pay. You just got, I think Donovan being out is really been crucial. You got him to be a spark plug and a catalyst, and him just really being beat up all year long has been troubles to just provide an opportunity for everybody else around.
Yeah, Cal's season, obviously, with the numbers where they're at, it's been the timing has looked off with his swing, but also he's been dealing with that oblique injury that kept him out for about a month earlier this season. You played the game. You know how important each muscle is to how a guy wants to do his job. When you have a nagging injury like that, how much can it get in the way of just what you normally do on a day-to-day?
Well, I'm so happy you pulled that up, because we're sitting here talking about, a huge step back. Well, how can that be? And my first thought is, yes, it is affected him enormously, because this just isn't who we've seen. And your torso is everything in baseball, whether you're pitching, hitting. And I can't imagine also just all the movements that you're making at catcher. And when you're trying to protect that at all in your swing, especially, it's not going to be as aggressive, and you're just going to have hesitation that we've seen Cal struggle with. And again, the timing of all that, when you're free and easy and your body's 100%, you can do and get the things that you couldn't do. I played my last 3 years with Buster Posey, and I would watch him just always get hounded on when offensively he took a step back. Well, the league and all these people giving this criticism didn't know half of what he was dealing with injury-wise, and mostly because of the catching position. Just your fingers and thumbs would get jammed up. It'd be all he could do to hold a bat for a week, but we needed him in the lineup and catching. He was doing that. That's what Kyle's been dealing with, if you ask me, and certainly deserves some grace. But again, even with injuries, that front office did not sit up there and imagine their team where Kyle would put up these numbers out on the field. It just goes to show you, too, that this league is very, very tough. Even the best struggle at times when they're completely healthy. You take any step back, 10% of your health, you start to come back to the pack in a big way.
We're joined by MLB Network Analyst Jake Peavy here on Bump and Stacy. And Jake, the Mariners pitching staff has an excess of starting pitching. They've gone with 6 guys for most of this season, at least until Bryce Miller came back from injury. That's when they've sort of unleashed this 6-man rotation. How would you handle it? Because it feels like, yeah, you've got enough arms to satisfy everybody, but also you're pitching your best starters less because you're having one extra turn in the rotation. How would you handle this decision? Do you think it'll be decided by the trade deadline? What would you do if you were in charge of setting up the Mariners pitching staff?
Well, I would certainly try to communicate the best I can, because you're dealing with Castillo, seemingly the odd man out, being your most veteran leader and somebody who's led your pitching staff and that people dearly love in the room. So his feelings and stuff have to be accounted for and addressed in the communication aspect of it. But at the end of the day, we're trying to win a division and get back to the World Series. This second half, I'm running my best 5 that I've got out there. For me, Gilbert and Kirby have been solid. And what we're used to, Miller, what a bounce back, and then Hancock in 19 starts, pitching a 3 ERA clip is huge. Wu, a little step back for me. He's way better than what his numbers are. And so that's my best 5. Castillo's the odd man out. Can you trade him with the money owed? How does that look like? But you certainly in most situations, you would run this guy, the odd man out, to the bullpen and strengthen the back end of that bullpen, especially with Brash out for as much as he's been out this season. Spire, Fiera, and Bizzardo carrying the mail, getting it to Munoz, who hadn't quite been as untouchable as he's been. So that would be the best in-house solution, but I just don't think that that's a solution with what you guys are dealing with, and Castillo being a longtime starter and just who he is. So certainly trying to look at that as a strength of having too many arms, and can you move one of these arms at the deadline to make your team better? Last year, without the deadline moves, do make the run we made? I argue not. This year's deadline, we don't believe in the team as you did last year, but will you give it what it takes? Just being a game out, thinking that we go win 3 or 4, we're in first place, and now we go. Interesting times for DePoto and staff.
Yeah, you mentioned, starters moving to the bullpen, especially a guy of Castillo's caliber who has been among the game's best pitchers for, a 7-8 year stretch now. He's been really good. I want to take you back to your 2016 season, and with the Giants, you make 21 starts, and then they move you to the bullpen. How big of a change was that for you to go from the rotation to the bullpen? Just kind of giving the listener here, just what a guy like Castillo might be going through in this moment of his career.
Well, it was tough for me and for anybody who does it. You want to be a starter, and nobody, I don't care what anybody says. If you've had an opportunity to start games and stay out there for a length of time, it's just what you know and the way you want to go about it. I'll speak to me at 2016. I was done, clearly done, and going to be done at the end of this year. And Matt Cain was the other guy in question, and he was getting towards the end, but had more years on his contract. So it made perfect sense for him to try to stay in that role and regain some form, and me move to the bullpen. I was pitching for Bruce Bochy, who I had the utmost respect for, Dave Righetti, that I was just understanding where I was in my career and doing anything I could do to help the team. That's what Castillo is going to have to do, in my opinion. If he wants to stay in this thing, I just can't imagine going a 6-man rotation down the stretch when I'm trying. When each win is of the utmost importance, especially with the days off built in. Sometimes once a week's not enough to run your best out there. It's a very tough transition, but if you can, the transition is, can you get ready in that amount of time? Because when you're sitting in that bullpen, you're down there and you're trying to stay loose and stretched out, and you kind of understand, hey, this might be a situation I come in, but that phone rings and your heart rate goes through the roof, wondering if it's your name. When that bullpen coach says Peavy, Castillo, you get up and you get hot. And I'm talking about, they give you about a batter, and they're calling down going, is he ready? Is he ready? I went in games where I had not even thrown my secondary pitch because as competitors we're going, yeah, tell them I'm ready. I've got 7 or 8 more out on the mound. And you have to go in that short of a notice, and the game most of the time is in balance when you go in. So huge shift to getting your starter routine and starting the game to being thrust in that role. Here's what I'll say on the back end of it. If you're a starter and has got as many pitches as Luis Castillo has, you should be able to hone 1 or 2 in to get you 3 outs, and you should be able to get a mile an hour or 2, maybe more on the fastball in the pen. So interesting stuff, and intricacies of the change. But again, I think all these athletes are good enough to adjust and move on, especially if they want to be the teammate that we know Luis Castillo to be.
No, that was great insight from you there. Also, Jake, you are one of, in my opinion, one of the all-time great San Diego Padres, especially with your Cy Young season and how dominant you were. You were also one of my favorite pitchers to use on MVP Baseball 2004. I want to say that. But also, you being as close as you are to the Padres organization, that's a team a lot of people have kind of looked at as a potential trade partner with the Mariners. The Padres need starting pitching. The Mariners need bullpen help. Is there a match made that can help both teams?
I'll tell you this, there's conversations already been had. You're a general manager up there and my general manager in San Diego. I don't know any more who likes to transact in the game. And so, yeah, conversations have been out there for needs. The Padres are in a weird situation, lose again today already in Atlanta to drop 3 or 4 there. They're on the brink of having to make a decision. Do you unload Maury Hone, Michael King, who is free agents, but then Mason Miller, obviously is the big name and the big carrot fish on the market. So, yes, there's certainly conversations already have to had. I can tell you this, when it's Mason Miller and Maury Hone and Michael King's name, you're talking to every team in the league because they also think they're a fit for any of those three names. So, different situations. If I'm in Seattle, I'm not in any way calling this a lost season. You're all in, and we just got to get hot. And the answers are in the room. It's, can this offense pick it up, and can this bullpen, sustain getting the ball to Munoz, and can he be as reliable as he has been? I would get help on the bullpen side of things and really challenge my position players. J-Rod, when you come back, I need you to go. Naylor, can you be better? Canzone, I'm almost wanting to play him every day because of the production. Cole Young is starting to come on and show that he's a great defender playing every day, but also starting to swing the bat. You get Donovan back and JP. We've got the same nucleus that made the run last year. I would just really, if I'm Dan Wilson, look them in the eye and challenge them to be better, which they all know they can be and expect to be.
Yeah, and you've been a part of a couple of World Series championship teams. My last question to you is actually dealing with one of those World Series teams, the 2013 Red Sox. Do you still own the duck boat that you bought after the World Series parade?
I'm a proud owner of a duck boat. That is correct. We had played 12 years in the big leagues, and I knew what it meant to get on that kind of run, make it to my first World Series, then to win your first ever World Series. I had 26 tickets, guys, for the 6 games that it went. Now I want you to imagine winning it, celebrating with your family. Have Halloween the next day that we went trick-or-treating, not very sober. Now you stumble into parade day and they tell you you've got 6 tickets on this boat. Well, I've got 6 kids for the record. So I needed grandparents, all my children and brother and sister to get on the boat. My only option was to buy it, tell the Red Sox I own it. And me and John Lester got anybody we wanted to and then let some of the Red Sox folks on as well. But proud owner of the duck boat. It's painted to commemorate the Boston Strong, what the city went through that year. What a group of teammates that I'm forever grateful for. Boston is unfortunately for you guys to hear my American League team that I'm pulling for and what a ride they've been on.
Well, I mean, they gave you one of your greatest athletic accomplishments. I can't be mad at you for that. He is MLB Network Analyst Jake Peavy, kind enough to give us some of his insight here. By the way, you can watch Jake on MLB Tonight's national pregame show, which comes your way at 2 p.m. today. Also, MLB Network's Hall of Fame coverage, which starts at 8 a.m. Pacific this coming Sunday. Jake, really appreciate you stopping by. We'll have to catch up later again this season.
I'm pulling for you boys. Good luck the second half, and we'll talk soon. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Thanks, Jake. The Mariners' 50-season celebration weekend is kicking off on August 7th, and Seattle Sports wants to send you and a friend to be part of the celebration. You'll get the chance to watch batting practice before the gates open, then stick around for the game and the Alumni Home Run Derby. To enter, all you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app. If you don't already have the app, simply text app to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download. Enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Monday, July 27th. Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news.
Powered by Bay Alarm Security Services.
With Bump and Stacy.
The Mariners dropped a series to the last place Reds and now have a 7-game road trip against the Rangers and the Dodgers. What's the real headline?
Real headline, this is what we in the biz like to call less than ideal. You got to be amongst the media elite to truly understand the significance of this. But for real, though, very frustrating to see the Mariners drop a series to a last-place team in the Reds, a team that you had won Game 1 of the series against. Cal Raleigh hits the grand slam. It looked like things were starting to shift, and the Mariners are going to rattle off a series sweep. That's not the case. And yesterday, just a gut punch of a home run in the 7th inning given up by Edward Bizzardo off the bat of Sal Stewart, making it a 5-3 ball game. Mariners couldn't muster up any offense after that. Tough series loss to take, but hopefully against the Rangers, I mean, this is the moment. This is what you want to do if you're the Mariners. You've got to take at least 2, at least 3 against the Rangers in order to keep pace in the American League West.
What's going on? Why now? When I tend to view like sports a lot through my own golf, experience, because it's the one thing I can sort of like find common ground with. Is sometimes you hit a bad shot, it was a bad decision,
right?
Just poor game planning. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it's just a bad swing. What is it? What's going on with him? Is this an execution issue? Is this something deeper? What do you think is going on? That was a horrible wind-up to that question.
No, I appreciate it. I think it's the swing. I think there's just the timing is off. And I think the apt comparison is a golf swing where like just the slightest change can change everything about the result. And it's not to say that Cal has purposely made changes with this. I actually spoke to Team USA World Baseball Classic manager Mark DeRosa last week or maybe the week prior. And even then, during the WBC, which is back in March, he said, like, yeah, I noticed some things that were really wrong with Cal's swing. Like, and he also said there was stuff that he was doing that I thought he would have snapped out of it by now, but he hasn't. So these
mechanics.
Yeah, these mechanics can ruin a guy's swing for a year or two, and then he's perfectly fine after that. I think Cal, expecting him to be what he was a year ago is a fool's errand right now. But I think next year, for sure, I feel confident that he can bounce back, especially because he'll have a full offseason. It won't be abbreviated by the WBC. I think he'll be fine in 2027.
I have a quick idea. I know we're going to get to the next one.
Okay.
Has he tried showing up to the ballpark 5 minutes before first pitch
and put together,
and just running out?
Just like, maybe it's paralysis by analysis. He's thinking too much. Yeah. Just get there right beforehand.
Some of my best swings are when I'm just getting to the tee box with 30 seconds to go. I'm still got my phone and my wallet and my keys. My right shoe is untied. And you end up just ripping one down the middle because you're not trying to do too much.
And you just look back at your group that you're with. How'd you like that, boys?
That's right. Let me tie my shoe now.
Headline rewrites.
Kevin Calabro is leaving the Trailblazers TV crew after receiving a, quote, subprime contract offer from new owner Tom Dundon. What's the real headline?
Real headline, Portland's loss may have become Seattle's game. This feels like it opens the door for Calabro to return to the Sonics once the NBA does return to Seattle. He's 70 years old now, so he's not what he was, what was it? He would have been about 52 or so when the Sonics left town originally. But, I mean, he's synonymous with Seattle sports. He's synonymous with the Sonics and that organization. But you hate to see a legendary voice like that treated in this way.
Yeah.
And that's a total bummer. But, hey, I would not mind if this sets up a reunion.
Yeah, have some respect for the legend that KC is. Now, subprime, do we think he meant suboptimal?
I think so.
Okay. Subprime, the only subprime I know refers to lending, and I don't even understand that. So maybe he meant suboptimal. But this guy is a freaking legend, man. Have some respect. And maybe as crummy as that sounds like that whole situation is, maybe this ends up working out well for basketball fans in Seattle.
I will say I did appreciate the fact that he got a call Damian Lillard's 3 over Oklahoma City to end the season. Just what I imagine Oklahoma City means to Kevin Calabro and sort of the bitter pill that reminds all of us of. But he got to call that shot, which I imagine meant maybe, other than Damian Lillard, probably meant the most to him of anybody in that building. But hopefully there is some new opportunities headed Kevin Calabro's way.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 3, Cardinals quarterback Jacoby Brissett has reported to training camp without a new deal. Wait, I'm reading this one. I just took Matt's job. This is normally my job.
No, you know what? You keep reading. I'll do the rewrite this time.
Okay. What's the real headline?
Something tells me he'll have to do the regular season on a new deal, too. Look at this guy.
You did it, Matt. That was great.
My best Curtis impression.
It was great. Yeah, I agree with Matt that I don't think Jacoby Brissett is going to get what he's looking for. But you brought it up, Brady. I mean, if you want starting, he is a starting quarterback by default, I guess. So why not make some room under the cap for him?
Yeah, and maybe this ends up being a deal where they don't give him a new contract per se, but maybe they sweeten the pot a little bit. A lot of times when you have these contract standoff, that's how it ends, and both sides can sort of claim victory where the team can say, well, we didn't give him a new deal. Player can say, well, I got a little something out of it. So you maybe sweeten the pot, add some incentives to it. But I can sort of see where he's coming from. I mean, he makes, I think the average of the 2-year deal he signed was $6 million and change. So that makes him the lowest paid veteran starting quarterback in the NFL. I mean, there may be some guys on their rookie contract who are making less than that, but you're talking about the lowest paid veteran starter in the NFL, and nobody's going to confuse this guy for a top 10, top 15 Super Bowl caliber guy. But he was, I think, 24th in total QBR last season. I mean, he is a competent, we'll call him a bridge quarterback, and I think there's maybe a case to be made that he's a little bit underpaid. Problem is, as we talked about the first time, he just doesn't have a whole lot of leverage, because I don't think the Cardinals are going to look at him and say, you are that much better than Gardner Minshew, to where if push came to shove, they wouldn't be comfortable just pivoting to Gardner Minshew. So not a whole lot of leverage.
We have an answer as to why Kevin Calabro used the word subprime, and it comes from multiple texters on the text line. 360 says, Tom Dundon made his money in subprime used auto loans. That's why Calabro said that, I think.
Oh,
if so,
go.
That is quite the sub
the
subtweet using subprime. He is Brady Henderson. I'm Curtis Rogers. We're filling in for Bump and Stacy. Up next, it's NFL headlines. Sean McVay gives an update on Aaron Donald.
Back on February 8th, the countdown started at 167 days.
3, 2, 1.
Right after the clock showed zeros.
The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
The champs are back on the field in just 2 days when Seahawks training camp begins.
We know that we're target number 1 now.
And nobody covers Seahawks training camp like the home of the Super Bowl champs, Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. We know this, Shannon. When the weather warms, our baseball team's bats usually get a little hotter. We also know that maybe we've been sitting around and we try to crank things to 100 and our bodies don't quite react. As the weather gets warmer, do you see more folks at IRG?
Absolutely, Brock. You just mentioned it. As the weather warms up, people think they need to get outside, which is great. But sometimes they get outside, they start too fast, too quick, and they don't warm up. They don't stretch. They don't do preparation. If you find yourself in that situation where maybe you overdid it, you're hurt, you got a bruise, a bump, an ache, get a hold of us at IRG PT. We'll do a free injury screening, and we'll give you some guidance, some recommendations to keep you on your path of healthy function, pain-free activity.
How cool is that? A free screening for you and no referral needed. Just personalized care when and where you need it. Visit irgpt.com and schedule your appointment today. Over 40 convenient locations. IRG's in your neighborhood. irgpt.com.
Summer is the time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your abs or tan. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your very own hair the very next day, and they guarantee your new hair will grow. They are the team that addressed my hair loss, and I recommend them to everyone. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar. Advanced Hair's summer sales event is on for a limited time. So get the details and schedule your free consultation today. 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and make the call now while their summer savings event is still on. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
A Wilt Chamberlain 1972 playoff game-worn jacket was recently bought for $3 at a Goodwill in Portland. You may not be sitting on a warm-up jacket worn by Wilt the Stilt, but there's serious value to your old gold, jewelry, watches, silver, and coins. Dave Wyman encouraging you to see what they're worth at Bellevue Rare Coins in Bellevue, Issaquah, Tacoma, and Linwood. They'll give you an honest, no-pressure assessment for free. See how much they're worth at Bellevue Rare Coins, and if the price is right, cash in.
Your pet is missing. That sudden panic, the racing questions, the worry of what could happen. It's overwhelming. Petco Love Lost is here to help. This free, nonprofit-powered service uses photo matching technology to search the largest national lost and found pet database, including pets from shelters, neighbors, and social media, helping bring pets back to the people who love them. And it works. Every day, Petco Love Lost reunites pets with their families. A reunion happens every 4 minutes. Simply upload a photo of your lost pet or one you found, and Petco Love Lost's photo matching technology goes to work instantly. You can even register your pet in advance, so if the unthinkable happens, reporting them lost and helping bring them home is as easy as the click of a button. Every pet deserves a way home. Visit PetcoLoveLost.org to register your pet or upload a photo and search for a lost or found pet today.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and summer's here at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. You can check out upcoming shows like the Pop 2000 Tour with Chris Kirkpatrick of NSYNC, O-Town, Ryan Cabrera, and LFO on August 1st, or relive the 80s with pop sensation Taylor Dayne on September 6th. You can find tickets at snocasino.com and the full lineup, plus experience luxury with breathtaking Cascade views, world-class dining, and play your favorite games. Elevate your next getaway. That's Seattle's closest, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Please game responsibly.
Thinking about a new roof or exterior upgrade, but worried about the cost? This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. We've created our summertime savings event to make it simple and affordable. Save up to $3,000 off your exterior project or get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. And every qualifying GAF roof is backed by our lifetime Golden Pledge warranty. One call gets you started. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today, like the thousands of men who already have.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Bump and Stacy.
weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Looking around the NFL, we're just a couple days away from the start of Seahawks training camp. Really, every team's training camp, and everybody's got eyes on the Rams. Will Aaron Donald be back? He was spotted at the team's facility, last week? In an interview with Jason La Canfora, Rams head coach Sean McVay gave an update on where things stand with Donald and a potential comeback.
I have crossed paths with Aaron Donald, and you know what's special is we have a really special relationship, and it's way bigger than football. I've heard him say it before, and it means the world to me, and I feel the same. It's family with us. He's done so much for me. I love the man he is. I love the husband, the father, the son. You know, he represents a lot of the things that are right, and what he's going to do is he is thinking about this. He's going to go through his process, and the one thing about Aaron Donald is what he does it full speed ahead.
Sean McVay has never spoken at a normal volume. He's always yell speaking.
Yeah,
he's excited.
I can understand why.
Yeah.
But he always does talk like that. But yeah, I mean, Aaron Donald. I think I made this point when we had Mike Golic Jr. on. Is that my whole view of players coming out of retirement after a few seasons away has totally been skewed by seeing Phillip Rivers do it. And my thought now is that if Phillip Rivers, who was coaching high school football, hadn't played since 2020 or 21, whatever it was.
I think it was 2020, yeah.
2020. If Phillip Rivers could do it, and obviously he's playing different positions, maybe not physically as demanding, but he was off for 4 or 5 seasons. Aaron Donald has been off. He last played in 2023, and as Mike Golic Jr. pointed out, this guy was still dominating in his final season. Maybe wasn't quite the Aaron Donald of old, but he left with something still in the tank. I think if he has gotten this far down the road of considering it, I think it's going to happen.
Yeah, Donald's only 35. I say that as a fellow 35-year-old, so, we've got a lot left in the tank, him and I. Yeah, I kind of wonder if there's going to be some rust maybe because he is 2 years removed from game speed. But, again, if he is just a, kind of a part-time player in his workload, he's still going to have, I think, a huge impact on what the Rams ultimately want to do. But I kind of look, though, Brady, the Seahawks are starting from having the best defense in the NFL last year. Like, that's where they're starting from. The Rams did not. Do you think all of these moves that the Rams have done have put them on the level of the Seahawks defense, or is there still maybe an area of weakness that you see on that side of the ball for LA?
I mean, they made 3 big acquisitions with the trade for Trent McDuffie, signing Jalen Watson, the other cornerback in free agency from Kansas City, and then obviously, making the big trade for Myles Garrett. So, yeah, I mean, that is a loaded defense. Now, you still got to factor the Houston Texans in there, which
right.
I think up until the final game of the regular season, they were leading the NFL in scoring defense, and they gave up some points in their season finale, and the Seahawks did not. So, they're right there too in terms of the best defenses in the NFL. But yeah, I mean, the Rams loaded up. I think one thing the Seahawks have going for them is one of many things they have going for them, in addition to the guy calling the defense, is it's a deep group. And it's, you still have some young players there that can still take it to the next level. I mean, Byron Murphy I think he was a Pro Bowl snub last year, but this guy has all pro potential, and maybe he makes another jump from year 2 to year 3. Nick Emmanwori, he's going to be coming off the ankle surgery, but I mean, this guy, the arrow is pointing way, way up on this guy, and maybe he takes a leap from year 1 to year 2. So there's still this young ascending core that has a chance to, maybe make up some of those, personnel gains that the Rams made on them with the 3 big additions they made this offseason.
Potentially the biggest name still available in free agency is Tyreek Hill. He's 10 months removed from injuring his Achilles, but in an Instagram video, apparently his get up and go got up and went, him saying that his left leg still is not where he wants it to be.
So it's about 10 months after doing 2 surgeries. My left leg is the one that I injured. I have no power in my left leg at all, so I'm trying to regain all the power back in my left leg. But it's one day at a time.
That sounds like a guy who will not be on an NFL field anytime soon.
I imagine Drew Rosenhaus hearing that and having an absolute meltdown.
What are you doing?
What are you doing right now? And maybe it's not a big deal because maybe every NFL team knows that, or teams that would be looking into him, signing him, know that. But yeah, I imagine, typically the agent and the player try to say, yeah, I feel great. I'm doing great, making great progress in my recovery. I'll be back in no time, back to 100%. That was not the case. So I do appreciate the honesty from Tyreek Hill. That is refreshing, but not going to help him get back anytime soon.
Definitely not. There are 3 rookies still unsigned this close to the start of training camp. There was 4 at the start of the day, but Fernando Mendoza announcing he has signed his rookie deal with the Raiders. The 3 that are still unsigned: Rams quarterback Ty Simpson, Steelers quarterback Drew Aller, and Patriots second-round edge Gabe Yakis. Albert Breer, who is one of the most connected guys in the league, especially with that Patriots organization, says things between Yakis and the Patriots not in a good place, and he could end up missing some important time this season.
Rookies generally do show up when they're not signed in the spring. Like, that's normal, and he didn't do that. When you aren't signed at the start of training camp, you don't show up. Because if you're not under contract, you're not going to start practicing, especially when the pads go on. And so this moves to another stage, and I think, you're inching closer now to the idea that maybe this winds up being a redshirt year for him. And we'll see what happens with his injury situation and everything else. That only complicates it further. But like we just got done talking about, this is a position of need. I'd say of the guys in that draft class, when they were drafted, this is probably the guy that we were looking at as potentially having the highest instant impact.
That could have a big impact on the Seahawks opener if he's not out there for New England.
Yeah, and you wonder what exactly is the holdup here. And, the rookie contract disputes have largely become a thing of the past. When they were fairly common under the pre-2011 CBA, but that CBA that year, I'm sure most people know, it had slotted rookie contracts. So the amount of money you're going to make, the length and the overall value is already predetermined. So what's left to haggle over is, I think, for third-round picks, maybe the guaranteed portion of it, maybe the offset language, which would basically impact your ability to, to double dip if you were to get cut before the end of your rookie contract. It's got to be one of those two things because, for all rookie contracts in this day and age, the length and the overall amount of money is already set.
Yeah, and I mean, to miss out on what could end up being, the second round, you're still drafting guys that have the potential to start for you in the season. To potentially miss out on that over the course of what could be maybe the entire season, that is a really tough spot to be in if you're the Patriots. Oh, well, as I'm sure many Seahawks fans are feeling heading into week 1 against New England. Then finally, Cam Scadaboo made Giants fans hold their breath when he botched a backflip attempt at Fanatics Fest. None of those words are in the Bible. John Harbaugh was asked about his reaction to his running back nearly re-injuring himself. Here's what Harbaugh had to say.
Oh, my reaction when I saw it on my phone?
Yeah.
My reaction was I haven't talked to him yet. I'm going to talk to him, I'm sure, but my reaction was this: dude, at least stick it. You know what I mean? Land the thing if you're going to do it. That was my first reaction. So, Scat's going to be ready to go, and he's been working super hard. He's really been training like crazy, and his mind is on camp. He's healthy, he's ready to roll, and I can't wait to see him out there at practice.
My one Cam Scadaboo story, Brady, is at Radio Row in San Francisco. The Bounty Paper Towel booth was right next to our set, and we saw Cam Scadaboo and Jackson Dart there doing their thing. And at one point, Scadaboo licked a window, and they were able to wipe it clean using Bounty Paper towels.
Okay.
Do whatever you want with that information.
I didn't know that I needed to know that, but I did. I think this is a case of a coach, what he says publicly and what he says in the moment behind the scenes, probably two different things. I imagine that John Harbaugh, when he first saw that, was saying something to the effect of, dude, what the bleep are you doing? Yeah. Coaches typically do not want to see players put themselves at risk when it's got nothing to do with football. So, but you're going to defend your guy in public and not make a big deal out of it. And Cam Scadaboo, interesting guy. I really wonder what kind of longevity he's going to have with his playing style. Just a very, kind of rough and reckless playing style. And also sounds like that kind of extends to what he does off the field.
Coming up at 1 o'clock, we are diving into Brady Henderson's initial 53-man roster projection for this Seahawks team. Look at some of the biggest roster decisions facing the Seahawks in training camp. But up next, who are the most irreplaceable Seahawks? Text in your answer to the text line, 866-979-3776. We'll tell you who our most irreplaceable Seahawks are. That's next. You're listening to Bump Stacy on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Jeff Passan, every Tuesday morning at 8:30 with Brock and Salk.
The problem that I'm seeing right now, Brock, is the absolute mediocrity of the American League has a chance to completely upend our expectations of what a trade deadline looks like. That because the standings are so flat in the American League, this could be a molasses slow deadline.
Get more on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and the Seattle Sports app.
Dave Wyman here, brand new member of Harborstone Credit Union, and I got my PNW cashback checking account for free. No fees or minimums, and when I make everyday purchases with my Harborstone PNW cashback debit card, I earn up to $30 each month. Gas, groceries, coffee, travel, lunch, all categories count toward your cashback. Open your free account online like I did. Go to harborstone.com/cash or visit one of their 29 branches across the Northwest.
Insured by NCUA. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, Chuck here at Frank Lumber, the door store. You know our customers have a lot of fun with trying to figure out new and creative ways to use closeout bifold blanks to fill their needs. They can also be used as small double door units, access doors that are pre-hung, and even bypass doors. And with thousands of closeout bifold blanks in stock in Marysville and at our bargain barn, you can put your creative DIY mind to work. Come visit our showroom and bargain barn in Shoreline or on Cedar Avenue in Marysville. Also, be sure to check us out online at franklumber.com.
Listen every morning to Brock and Salk for Need to Know, powered by Marquee Data. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to learn more.
Wayscar Ford is celebrating their 104th birthday in Auburn. How's that possible? It's all about the people, employees and customers just like you and me. The Wayscarf Way, 104 years of service, trust, and community. Wayscarford.com. That's wayscarford.com.
Look, I need to be real with you for a second. At Seattle Children's Hospital, 1 in 3 patient families cannot afford the food their kids need to heal. Think about that. A child recovering from surgery, learning to walk again, and the family is struggling to put food, nutritious food, on the table. That's why Safeway and Seahawk, Jackson Smith and Jigba are launching the Food First Project, a multi-year initiative to fight pediatric food insecurity right here in our community. This is not someday maybe talk. This is grocery cards, produce vouchers, and food as medicine programs going directly to families the moment the need is identified. No barriers, no red tape, just help right now. They're funding vitamin D screenings, nutrition support for student athletes, rehabilitation feeding tools, and meals for hundreds of families staying inpatient at the hospital. I love what Safeway and Seattle Children's are doing, making a real difference where it matters most. JSN showing up. Now it's our turn, 12s. Put food first. Learn more at Safeway.com.
If it's blocking your view, keeping your yard dark or shaded, or impossible to mow around, get rid of that tree or stump this summer with P&D Tree Service. They'll do it safely and quickly, cleaning up your yard in the process. P&D Tree turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. One tree or land clearing, they have the tools and expertise for the job. They specialize in large tree removal. Ever seen a tree removed by crane? PndTreeService.com.
Bastaldi Construction reminds parents swimming is a healthy outlet for kids if we remember to put safety first. Make sure your child is visible by a responsible adult or lifeguard at all times. Sign your children up for swimming lessons and provide them a flotation device for added safety. Always check conditions in advance and coach your kids to never swim alone. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Bastaldi Construction, your local reliable partner for roofing and construction solutions. Online at Bastaldi.com.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
You hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. compliance. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumping Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Training camp is just a couple days away. Saturday is when things get going at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Seahawks begin their title defense. Brady, you'll be there.
I will be there.
We'll be having shows come Monday from Seahawks headquarters, so it's going to be a lot of fun. Just we're all ready for football to be here. Enough of these hypothetical lists. I know how you feel about the NFL Network Top 100 list. I'm not even going to ask you about it.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
I must have gotten on my soapbox.
Yeah, you
with
have.
You before.
I remember it stuck with me because today when I was thinking of stuff to talk about, I was like, there's only been like one Seahawk on the list, but then I was like, wait a minute, Brady will be hopping mad if we get to that. So I've shelved that.
That list is okay. So I have seen.
Here we go.
You got me started. You just nudged me, and I'm leaping. Okay, so what I've seen before, and this is specifically the top 100 list that the NFL Network puts out. So at some point in the second half of the season, they have people walk around the locker room, I think from the NFL Network, and they will hand out these ballots. And it's all it is I believe it is a list of just 20 blank spots. And they say, okay, name the 20 best players in the NFL. And that's their voting system. That's a horrible voting system because what happens is players look around and, okay, they have 5 minutes to before they got to get to a meeting or a practice.
Right.
And they fill this thing out and they're like, they look around the locker room and say, oh, yeah, my buddy over there, who is our starting fullback. I'm gonna say he's one of the 20 best players.
You're saying there's no ethics in this?
There's just it's so unscientific and like so you see guys who end up in the 90s, or you see guys who end up in the 60s. And like there's no way that this guy is actually a better player than someone you had ranked 90th overall, or there's no way that this guy who ranked 90th overall, like, should have legitimately received a vote as one of the top 20 best players. Like, it's just so unscientific. It's done hastily. I don't think players give it a whole lot of thought. The lists that you should be paying attention to are the ones that Jeremy Fowler puts out, which are actually NFL executives, scouts, and coaches, guys who put thought into this because it's their job to evaluate these players. They will rank, and Fowler does it by position. He'll do the top 10 players at each position. And again, not his rankings. It's a compilation of votes from people actually in the NFL who are giving this some real thought. And then Mike Sando, of course, does the QB tiers thing, which is fantastic. I think it's coming out in a couple days. And it's sort of the same idea that, these are votes based on people who get paid to evaluate football players.
You feel better now?
Yeah. So, but it's like it's crazy how people get up in arms every year when some guy, based on where a guy ranks on the NFL Network Top 100, and it's like, okay, if you knew how this voting worked, it would not surprise you.
Well, we're gonna do, I guess, a bang up job here ranking the most irreplaceable Seahawks, or just looking at who the most irreplaceable guys are, and I think. In most organizations, Brady, you look at the quarterback as the most irreplaceable guy. And sure enough, Sam Darnold is a very important piece to what the Seahawks want to do week in and week out, year in, year out. But is he the most irreplaceable guy? And there's a few candidates for it. But when you look at this roster, Brady, and just what some guys were able to do last year and what we're hoping they're going to do this year, who in your mind is the guy that, without him, the Seahawks ceiling ratchets down more than anybody?
Well, I mean, you almost have to take the quarterback off the table here because that's going to be the answer for most NFL teams. I mean, maybe unless you're the Cardinals or unless you're some team without a very good starting quarterback, or a team maybe with a backup who is just as good as the starter. So, I mean, Sam Darnold is the obvious answer, but that would be the case for just about every NFL team. I think it's got to be JSN. And normally some of the positions you would think of are obviously quarterback and then left tackle. But I think Mike Salk made this point when a similar question was posed to Daniel Jeremiah the other day. We sort of did see that. And as good as Charles Cross is, an above average, maybe top 10 left tackle in the NFL, I mean, they got by with Josh Jones playing in there. Now, the counterpoint is that you faced the 49ers without Nick Bosa, and maybe that looks different. We did see what that looks like in week 1 when a healthy Nick Bosa ended that game, that season opener, with a strip sack when he beat Abe Lucas. So maybe that's a little different if you play a defensive line at full strength. But I would probably put JSN over Charles Cross. As good as Charles Cross is, got a pretty good backup in Josh Jones. So I would say JSN, and the stat that comes to mind here is he had a target share, meaning the percentage of the team's targets was 36% last season. That was the highest percentage. Obviously, it led the NFL, but that was the highest percentage of any player since 2012. I think it was Brandon Marshall with the Bears in 2012. So this guy, I mean, a maybe unsustainably big, but certainly an unusually large percentage of their passing game went through JSN last season. Maybe they find a way to even that out with Rashid Shaheed being with the team for he will be here the whole year, will have been in this system a whole off season, will have had more comfort level with Darnold. So maybe that sort of evens out. But
do you think Barner too could see an increase?
I do.
In the receptions?
Another guy who's coming off surgery, and so we'll see when we see him in training camp. But I think AJ Barner is on his way to becoming one of the best all-around tight ends in football, and he's not the fastest guy, so he's not going to put up those 100-yard games like you see some of those just crazy talented tight ends. But in terms of the total package, I want to say our guy at ESPN, Ben Solak, called him like George Kittle light or a discount George Kittle or something like that, just because he's a do-it-all tight end, and he's not going to be discounted for that much longer because he is entering. He will. This will be his 3rd season, so after this season, he'll be in line for a new contract. And I think that contract, assuming he has, he continues on this trajectory, I think he's going to prove himself to be one of the best all-around tight ends in football.
Well, we are just a couple days away from training camp, so we're going to tell you exactly who is making this Seahawks roster. At least Brady will. He's got his initial 53-man roster projection out. We're going to dive into that next. He's Brady Henderson. I'm Curtis Rogers. We're filling in for Bump Stacy on Seattle Sports.
Seattle Sports, home of Wyman and Bob.
Cole Young, he just comes up clutch.
Afternoons 2 to 7.
Game's on the line. Say you're tied, 2 outs. Who do you want up at the plate right now? At this very moment after 100 games, who do you trust the most up there? For a young guy in his first full season, he's had some big moments already.
Cole Young's only 22, so it's really exciting for the future.
And by the way, the only player on this roster to play every single game.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Your neighbors at 3 Tree Roofing love telling you no. No high-pressure sales pitches. No Band-Aid fixes that will fail come wintertime. No outrageous pricing from some corporate-owned roofing company with headquarters thousands of miles from here. 3 Tree Roofing is local, family-owned, and their team will build you a worry-free plan for your roof replacement, completely free. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate and call today to say yes to an additional $500 discount. That's 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
If the customer wants to be met in Seattle, then let's get that car from Kirkland to Seattle so that customer can come in there and transact.
The Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Imagine Wi-Fi so intelligent it can actually fix itself. That means when there's a problem, it doesn't slow you down. It keeps your streaming smooth, your gaming lag-free, and your work from home right on track. Well, this is Wi-Fi built for the way you live. Powered by a fiber network with 99.999% reliability, delivering incredible speed and strong, consistent coverage in every corner of your home, even those hard-to-reach spots. And it's just not fast, it's secure. Think of it as a security blanket for your entire network, keeping everything connected and working together seamlessly. And here's the best part. You can lock in 5 full years of predictable pricing. No contracts, no surprises, just one simple plan that includes everything. data, equipment, and the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi installation. Comcast. Imagine that. Restrictions do apply. Select plans only, but make the call today to 1-800-XFINITY.
Ready to relax, unwind, and feel your best? The Spa Warehouse Summer Savings Expo is on now. Enjoy big savings on in-stock hot tubs and swim spas. Hot tubs start as low as $3,999 with savings up to $3,000 on select models. Score incredible deals on in-stock swim spas. Save up to $7,700. Plus, interest-free financing through 2028 on approved credit. The expo ends July 31st. Don't delay. Your best life starts at the Spa Warehouse.
Summer is here, and it's time to break through your weight loss frustrations. Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss, and we have a proven system that can help you lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 8 weeks. Whether you need a nutrition plan to complement your GLP injections, or you're like many of our clients who don't want to worry about ongoing monthly costs, giving yourself shots, or uncomfortable side effects. Either way, our program provides the support, accountability, and structured nutrition plan so you can achieve your results for the long term. Schedule your free phone consult at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Look, this plan does work. It's Mike Salk here, and I used Eastside Weight Loss Clinic to lose 35 pounds. Just recently, I heard about one of our listeners who lost 40 pounds. How about that? The plan will teach you lifelong habits to continue eating the food you love while losing weight.
We've helped over 4,000 people lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 8 weeks. Come to our clinic in Kirkland or do the program remotely from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Rev up for the biggest weekend of the summer. LeMay, America's Car Museum, presents Super Summer Weekend, and it's mostly free. Tons of events highlighted by this Friday night. Disney and Pixar's Cars Under the Stars drive-in movie. Then Saturday, Carson Coffee Show with Family Steam Day, featuring Super Highway 71's incredible custom-built car tracks, live demos, and hands-on fun for all ages. Don't miss it. One epic weekend. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
The biggest scuba sale in America starts today at Underwater Sports in North Seattle. Incredible savings for 3 days only. Divers Fair only happens once each year at Underwater Sports, 107th and Aurora Avenue North.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Change coming to the Mariners coaching staff. Assistant hitting coach Bobby Magallanes has reportedly been fired. The Mariners currently rank last in all of Major League Baseball in batting average and slugging. Some more Mariners notes. The Athletics' Ken Rosenthal says the Mariners are telling teams they're open to involving right-handed starter Emerson Hancock in a potential trade. And also, the Athletics' Keith Law has a new prospect ranking list out, coming in at number 1 in all of baseball. Mariners lefty Cade Anderson.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
He's Brady Henderson. I'm Curtis Rogers. We're filling in for Bump and Stacy today, last hour of this Thursday. Bump and Stacy will be back tomorrow, by the way. So, you just got less
What do we
than
think
an
Stacy's
hour.
doing?
Right now, online shopping.
Okay. You had theorized that maybe she was at the mall or something. And
It might have been a little too early for the mall for her, but I would imagine she'll get to the mall at some point today.
Maybe enjoying a Cinnabon or something like that.
I think so. Yeah. Or Mrs. Fields cookies. Just, going to all those kiosks in the middle where they ask to shine your shoes or ask if you need a new cell phone case. Yeah.
Right.
I think
what's the pretzel one? Auntie Annie's?
Auntie Anne, yeah. Of course, you got Wetzel's pretzels.
You do have Wetzel's.
Yeah, so there's all sorts of options available to you at the mall. I'm sure Stacy's taking full advantage of them. But, Brady, I don't know why they're even bothering doing training camp when you have already made the 53-man roster. You did the hard work for them. They just got to take a look at what you have been able to do. Your latest for ESPN.com, you have got a 53-man roster. Now, obviously, injuries happen, trades happen, signings happen, but if the season were to start today, as everybody in sports always likes to use that caveat, if so-and-so were to happen by today, which it doesn't, we still have more than a month, September 9th, but you have put together your initial 53-man roster. What were some of the harder decisions that you found yourself making and putting together what you think this roster might look like on opening night?
Well, I think the first takeaway is that there were several hard decisions, which speaks to the fact that there are spots where you've got more players probably worthy of being on a 53-man roster than there are spots for them, and so that's typically a sign that you've got some pretty good depth. And really, when you're filling out a 53-man roster projection, you sort of have a good feel for, we'll call it like usually the first 47, 48 guys. So you're really talking about 5-6 players that you're really, okay, is it this guy or that guy? 5 or 6 spots, I should say. And there were a number of them that were tough decisions, and there's some guys that were on the roster all of last season that I just couldn't really find a spot for them. And the other thing to keep in mind is that the Seahawks, like with the practice squad rules being what they are, and you can elevate players, the Seahawks especially view their practice squad as way more very fluid. And they really view it as an extension of their 53-man roster. So there's some guys who are going to play for them and are going to factor for them this season that, I have starting out on the practice squad. An example is Emmanuel Henderson Jr.
Your cousin?
Yeah, cousin Emmanuel. I do not have him on the initial 53. I think what they're going to do with him, this is just my guess, is that they will waive him, trust that he can get through waivers. They'll put him on their practice squad, and they'll elevate him for game days. I think you can only do it 3 times, but they'll do that until a spot opens up. And as we know, the NFL is such a violent sport that injuries are just going to happen. So I think teams sort of make decisions like this, knowing that, as unfortunate as it is, somebody's going to get hurt and a roster spot's going to open up. And so I think that was one of the tough sort of decisions that I had is who is that final receiver? And it turns out, at least in the way I projected it, is they don't keep him on their 53 initially and end up elevating him.
Okay, and I think you look at the receiver spot. That's one last year that I think at this time a year ago I was racking my brain as to like who we thought was going to be the starting receivers, and Torrey Horton. I think a lot of people thought was going to make the 53-man roster, but not necessarily where they initially had him as, I think, what was he, the number 3 receiver?
Yeah, it wasn't until training camp that he really started to overtake Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
MVS.
Yeah,
that's a great callback to Seahawks preseason legends. And I don't know if there's a guy that may emerge like that this year that pushes a veteran guy. What's interesting about this year's roster, Brady, is that there aren't a lot of guys that have been brought in from the outside the way that MVS was last year, the way that we've seen, other veterans kind of come through. You mentioned like Bobby Hart on the offensive line. Dante Fowler Jr. is not going anywhere. He's going to be a big part of the Seahawks defensive front 7 for sure. But like there is going to be probably a guy or two that, we're not thinking of that maybe does kind of force the issue as to making the 53-man roster. Like it seems to happen every single year. I don't know who that could be, but there is usually, maybe a guy or two that shows enough in the preseason where it's like, okay, like this guy made his way onto the roster.
Yeah, and there's, I can't think of a good candidate. You're right. There typically are players like that, and sometimes they get they helped out by an injury because sort of opens up an opportunity for them. I mean, there's a few players who have been on this roster for 1 or 2 seasons that I don't have them on there. I mean, Christian Haynes, I did not have a spot for him. I think he might be fighting for a roster spot.
He was a third-round pick in 2024.
Yeah, third-round pick a couple years ago, and just hasn't been able to, win a starting job and hang on to it. So he was one guy. I want to say Nick Callerup, who's a really good blocking, young blocking tight end. Just with the other guys they have there, AJ Barner, Elijah Arroyo, Eric Salbert, depending on whether you want to count Brady Russell in that group. I just couldn't find a spot for Nick Callerup. And most people know this, but when teams are making decisions like this, a lot of times it comes down to, they would still, if Nick Callerup doesn't make the 53-man roster, they're going to want him on their practice squad. And a lot of times these decisions come down to, okay, who can you sneak through waivers? Like, because if you waive a guy, you subject him to waivers, and you have to just pray that no one claims him. So that is a factor in these decisions. We'll go back to the Oluwatimi conversation. As I mentioned, I believe that he is a trade candidate. I don't know if it's likely necessarily, but I projected it in part because I needed a roster spot, and that was one way to clear one. The idea there behind Oluwatimi being a trade candidate, it was not that the Seahawks want to get rid of him. It's not that. I think this would be more about, granting the player what he wants and doing right by a player who has played well as a starter. I mean, there was not much, if any, drop-off last season when he started a few games while Jalen Sundell was on IR. So this is a starting caliber player who probably wants a chance to start somewhere and is not going to get it in Seattle as long as Jalen Sundell is there. So in terms of what they could get for him, I mean, they have all the draft capital in the world.
I think it's 11 picks?
Yeah,
12 picks?
with the compensatory picks from the players they lost in free agency to Nolan Teasley getting hired as the Vikings GM. So I don't know if they would, maybe they would take a draft pick next season, but maybe there's you don't see a whole lot of player for player trades in the NFL, but maybe there is a position where they feel like, they could use a player now who could solidify their depth at another spot. And maybe there's a player to be player for player trade to be had there. Again, I don't think it's the Seahawks want to get rid of him. They're not determined to trade Oluwatimi, but I think he wants a chance to start somewhere. And maybe there's a deal out there to where that could make sense. The one team that I have thought of is the Baltimore Ravens, who are still trying to replace Tyler Linderbaum. They recently signed former Seahawks center Ethan Posick, but sounds like he is there to compete for that job.
And he's coming off an injury.
He's coming off, I think, an Achilles injury. So maybe that door isn't entirely closed. But that is the one team I have thought that we should all keep an eye on is Baltimore.
When you look at some of the groups last year that maybe saw veterans leave in free agency, like Boye Mafe or Reek Woolen, Kobe Bryant, specifically the secondary and that quarterback spot, you've got Witherspoon and Job. Those two were locks to be starters anyway, but then it goes to Julian Neal, who's a rookie, Noah Igbenogany, the free agent corner, and then Nehemiah Pritchett, who's been in the building for a few years now. When you look at that cornerback group, once you get past maybe that starting level, is there maybe some concern about the depth at that spot, or is it a one where, hey, the Seahawks have had really good success with DBs under Mike McDonald, and maybe it's just kind of a plug-and-play scenario where it's like, yeah, he can coach up anybody to play that spot.
Yeah, I mean, Igbenogany is an experienced guy. He was first-round pick, I think, in 2020. Hasn't necessarily lived up to that billing, but he's played quite a bit of football, and he's played inside and out. And, they did not give him a ton of money, but they gave him enough guaranteed money. I think it was over $500,000, something like that, to where there's a pretty good chance he's going to be on the team, even if he's not in that number 3 role, which is, as we all know, that number 3 corner is basically a starter in today's NFL. So, yeah, I mean, I think there's some unknown when you talk about a rookie 3rd-round pick and Julian Neal. So, yeah, I think it's fair to say the depth is, I wouldn't call it a concern, but maybe something of a question just because there is that unknown. And Pritchett, he's been on the team for a couple of years. I think he was a 5th-round pick in 24, who's spent both of his seasons on the 53-man roster and has played well when he has had to step in. He made maybe the play of the year last season with that pass breakup in I think it was the Vikings game. But I don't know if he's necessarily a lock. They did draft 2 other corners in the 7th round. I would put those guys as more practice squad candidates. Andre Fuller, I believe they had a 5th-round grade on him, but again, drafted him in the 7th round, so that's probably a guy that you could sneak through waivers and get on your practice squad. And then
Michael Dansby,
yeah,
bear down.
Yeah, bear down. Yeah, I think that was a guy that they had wanted to sign as an undrafted guy and realized that because they had spent a 3rd-round pick on Julian Neal, had also drafted another cornerback, had signed Igbenogany in free agency. I think they viewed that as a guy that they may have trouble signing as an undrafted free agent, and so just decided to spend a draft pick on him. But he also kind of seems more like a practice squad candidate than somebody who's going to be on the 53.
Another question about this roster, and it may seem like a foolish question, but there feels like there's multiple guys on this roster that can return kicks, and you just paid Rashid Shaheed a lot of money as a receiver. Now, I think in a perfect world, you keep Rashid Shaheed as your kick returner as long as you possibly can because of what he was able to do for you last year, returning 3 kicks in about a half season for you. You kind of wonder, like, oh, what could he do over a full season? But is his responsibility as a receiver going to maybe take him away from returning kicks, or do you think they'll still have him out there and maybe Jadarian Price is returning kicks, maybe some other guys on the roster? Who do you see kind of taking the majority of those reps?
That's a good question, and one that I've wondered about is how much of a burden is that really on a player, just from a physical standpoint. And I can't imagine it's like mentally, all that burdensome. Not to oversimplify kickoff returning, but you catch the ball and you follow your blocks.
Michael Bumpus would not be thrilled to hear you
probably more
say
complicated
that.
than that, but yeah, I have wondered about that. I mean, maybe that was a factor in why he didn't produce a ton offensively in the second half of last season. His biggest contributions came in the return game with the 3 return touchdowns. I mean, he contributed on offense, but maybe not as much as we expected, given that he was coming into an offense he was familiar with. So I just think he's so fast and he's such a threat there that, I think you put him back there at least to return kickoffs. But remember, with the new kickoff rules, you need more than one guy back there. So I think it's a good problem to have when you have, several options back there. And Jadarian Price, I imagine he's going to be one of them too. I don't know that, but he did return kickoffs in college, and I think he scored 3 return touchdowns?
I believe so. Yeah, had a big one against USC, from what I remember. Yeah, he's definitely got the pedigree to do so as a kick returner. We also heard a lot of great stuff about him from Mike Golic Jr. earlier in the show. If you want to download that, that starts off hour 2 of today's Bump Stacy podcast. You can probably also check it out at Seattle Sports on YouTube. The Mariners 50 season celebration weekend is kicking off on August 7th, and Seattle Sports wants to send you and a friend to be part of the celebration. You'll get the chance to watch batting practice before the gates open, then stick around for the game and the Alumni Home Run Derby. To enter, all you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app. If you don't already have the app, simply text the word app to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download. Enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Monday, July 27th. Let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down to you, Brady. Hard Knocks is already there. They're filming the Seahawks. So who are some guys you think will shine in front of the cameras, whether it be players, coaches, anybody in that building?
Well, I gave you Devon Witherspoon last time, and that was sort of an obvious one because anybody who has ever heard Devon Witherspoon or just observed him knows that this is just a lively personality, somebody that you can hear at training camp practice, even when the music is playing. This guy is constantly just amped up and excited, and a guy that I think naturally Hard Knocks, that those cameras and those microphones are going to find him. One that you might not expect, just because he is kind of a lower key guy, is Sam Darnold. And I think to be a star on Hard Knocks, or even just somebody that the Hard Knocks cameras, somebody that gives good, entertaining content, you don't necessarily have to be the big, loud guy. I think certain senses of humor can play well. And Sam Darnold, I think, is sneaky funny. And I think that is going to play well on Hard Knocks. I think you're going to see some good stuff from him and the other quarterbacks and the quarterback coaches and the offensive coordinator. We see Darnold, he tends to be pretty buttoned up in press conference settings, but in certain settings, like when he's talking to, Bussin' with the Boys and those guys in a more relaxed, like podcast type setting, you see a pretty good sense of humor that I think Hard Knocks is going to capture.
How about a little pick in the soupy? Come on, dude.
Yeah. A little pick in the soupy. I heard from somebody with the Seahawks one time that there was, I want to say like a Make-A-Wish kid in the building, and the kid was holding on to a football and dropped the football, and Sam Darnold was nearby and just started screaming, ball, 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 just like they do out on the field.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's some next level. I also think he's going to appeal to HBO because of his bird watching hobby, where he is a avid bird watcher. He has that app on his phone that can tell you what bird it is based off of the call that you hear. So I think that's a very sneaky pick for who might be the Hard Knocks star. Second half. Brady, which player has the best chance at opening some eyes with a great training camp?
Yeah, Rashid Shaheed, and he is, I talked about this earlier about how he really stood out in the offseason program. Now, you sort of take that with a grain of salt because that is a setting where pass catchers are supposed to stand out because defensive backs aren't really contesting throws, and so you see those guys just catch a lot of passes and, run with it where no one is really chasing after them. But to me, this seemed like that was for real. And we heard Mike McDonald talk about how he had behind the scenes kind of set some really impressive marks with some of the training stuff that they monitor in terms of like the GPS trackers and whatnot, and weight room stuff I think he was referring to. And he's obviously a very talented player. There's a reason they gave up 2 mid-round picks for him, reason they signed him to a 3-year, $51 million contract. And maybe went a little bit over what they wanted to pay him to keep him in Seattle. And I think that with a full offseason with Sam Darnold under his belt, a full offseason just with his feet on the ground in Seattle, I think you're going to see him stand out.
Third down. Notably absent so far from the PUP list is Torrey Horton, who dealt with that shin injury last year. Should we expect to see him be a full go in training camp?
Yeah, I don't know when exactly it's going to happen, but my guess, just based on what we've heard from Mike McDonald, is that we will see him at some point early in training camp, whether it's day one on Saturday or whether it maybe takes him a day or two or whether they sort of ease him back in and just maybe give him a little bit on the first couple days and ramp him up. Yeah, it sounds like we're going to see Horton on the field. Now, it is sort of, it's getting to the point where I almost need to see it to believe it, just because, we heard, it took him, he never came back from that injury after experiencing some soreness in his shin right around the time they traded for Rashid Shaheed. He never came back from it, and it sounded like Mike McDonald said there was a possibility that he could do something on the field by the end of minicamp. That never happened, but McDonald did say that the outlook is still positive with Horton, and that even if he's not back by day one of camp, it should be back over the first few days.
Fourth down. What is a position battle on the Seahawks we're not talking enough about?
Well, let's see. We talked in the last segment about the last time we did this, about the number 3 corner. Let's stick in the secondary.
It got you all choked up, too.
Yeah, he really did. Sorry, that was just an emotional conversation that I wasn't ready for. The safety, the safety opposite Julian Love. They lost Kobe Bryant, who was a really good player for them. They drafted Bud Clark at the end of the second round to give them an option to replace him. But I don't think they're going to hand Bud Clark a starting job out of the gate without him having to earn it. And I think with the way that Ty Okada played as a fill-in last season, when Julian Love was out for all those weeks with, I think it was, a hamstring injury, whatever it was, Ty Okada played his butt off. And he deserves, and I think he will, get a chance to compete for that job. And he's a physical player. He is maybe more athletic than he gets credit for. I mean, you saw him show off that 30 inch vertical jump in that Monday night Washington game where he went skied for the interception on the sideline, got his feet in bounds. Ty Okada is a good player, and they are going to give him a chance to win that starting job. They're not going to hand it to Bud Clark.
That is 4 down territory. Coming up, we need your text to the text line, 866-979-3776, for what I need to know. That comes your way in a little more than about 20 minutes from now, about 23 minutes from now. We'll take those questions at 1:45, so get those in right now. But up next, it's Thursday at 1:30, so we got to board the hype train. He is Brady Henderson. I'm Curtis Rogers. We're filling in for Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Back on February 8th, the countdown started at 167 days.
3, 2, 1.
Right after the clock showed zeros.
The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
The champs are back on the field in just 2 days when Seahawks training camp begins.
We know that we're target number 1 now.
And nobody covers Seahawks training camp like the home of the Super Bowl champs. Seattle Sports.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafy, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. At Pella Windows and Doors, we pride ourselves on delivering top-quality windows and doors that enhance the beauty and energy efficiency of your home. Our products are built to last with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. Whether you're looking to upgrade your windows or install new doors, Pella has you covered.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add wireless connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
What if I told you a local credit union is giving members up to $30 per month just to make everyday purchases? Dave Wyman here, and when I heard about the offer from Harborstone Credit Union, I said, sign me up. And that's what I did at harborstone.com/cash. You know, I'm not a tech-savvy guy, but opening a checking account was easy enough for me to figure out. I got my PNW Cashback checking account for free, no fees or minimums, and when I make everyday purchases with my Harborstone PNW Cashback debit card, I earn up to $30 each month. My wife loves it when I get cash back on gas, groceries, coffee, travel, and lunch. All categories count towards your cash back. You can even tap to pay. If you live, work, or worship in the state of Washington, sign up for a membership with Harborstone Credit Union and get the PNW Cashback free checking account. Open your free account online like I did at harborstone.com/cash or visit one of their 29 branches across the Northwest.
Insured by NCUA. Terms and conditions apply.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-822-1490. That's 800-822-1490. 800-822-1490.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Get your questions into the text line 866-979-3776 for what I need to know. That comes your way in about 15 minutes from now. He's Brady Anderson. I'm Curtis Rogers. We've been filling in for Bumpin' Stacy today. Let's head to the station now for a round of Hype Train. Brady, have you played Hype Train recently?
Not recently.
Do you need a refresher?
I either say I'm on board or not, right?
You got it. We're good. That's easy. All we need. Stacy loves to go on a giant explanation every single week, but you nailed it, Brady. I love it. So our first Hype Train is this. The Seahawks have a 1,000-yard rusher in 2026. Are you boarding that train?
I'm not. No, I'm not boarding that train because I think that it is going to be so split up. The workload is going to be so split up that there's not going to be a guy that gets to 1,000. Now, if we're combining forces here, and do I think that Jadarian Price and Zach Charbonnet could combine for 1,000? Yes, or maybe it's Price and
Wilson
and George Holani, depending on when Charbonnet gets back. Yes, but I don't think any individual guy is going to get to 1,000 yards.
Seahawks have a 1,000-yard rusher in 2026. I am also not going to board for those exact same reasons. I think it'll be split amongst everybody in that running back room. I think this could be one of those years where the leading rusher has like 700 yards.
Yeah.
I think by the end of the year, just because he's there week one, hopefully doesn't get hurt, but I think it'll be Jadarian Price leading all rushers, and then probably Zach Charbonnet or George Holani coming at number 2, depending on when Charbonnet comes back. We did hear from Mike Garafolo earlier today say that the Seahawks have gotten some good vibes off of Zach Charbonnet's rehab. Hopefully he could be back maybe in the first half of the season. But a solo 1,000-yard rusher, I don't see it happening. Matt, do you see it happening?
Oh, it's a great question. I'm going to board this train. This is more like a bet hedging. Oh, I'm not going to be able to come up with a name. But if someone does it, it'll look like a genius.
That's right.
Yeah.
And that's the most important thing in this game.
I mean, Ken Walker III eked out 1,000 yards last season while he and Charbonnet were sharing the work, but he also played in every game, and it was really only him and one other guy that he was sharing carries with. Now you're going to have probably 3 guys to start the season, and then you introduce a 4th guy in Charbonnet whenever he comes back, so I don't see it. It would not shock me if the leading rusher, whoever it ends up being, is somewhere in the 500-600 yard range. We'll go 650. How about that?
Okay. You heard it here first. Let's get to our next train. The Seahawks will have 2 1,000-yard receivers in 2026.
I'm gonna watch that train go by.
Wow.
As well. I think JSN gets there, but
you guys over here hating on our rail industry, Matt.
Yeah. No, I couldn't
It's
afford
the
a ticket
backbone
on
of
that
America.
train. It really is. Yeah. No, I'm gonna pass on that one. JSN gets it. That's a lot when to try to ask either Rashid Shaheed or Cooper Kupp to get there. Again, when you've got other parts of that passing game, other mouths to feed there, AJ Barner, maybe we see Elijah Arroyo become a factor in that, and we know that this is an offense that is going to want to be built around its run game. So yeah, I don't know if there is enough. I mean, ideally for them, one of those other pass catchers would emerge to take some of the pressure off of JSN and to get that 36% target share down, but I don't know if that's going to happen to the degree that one of those other guys surpasses 1,000 yards. I don't see that.
Yeah, looking at the Seahawks 2025 receiving yardage leaders, JSN with nearly 1,800. He had 1,793. The next highest, Cooper Kupp at 593. AJ Barner at 518. And then after Barner, a big drop off. Ken Walker at 282. Your next highest receiver would be Rashid Shaheed at 188. He only appeared in 9 games for the Seahawks last year. I feel like, though, Brady, if there is another guy on this roster that could get to 1,000, it might be Shaheed, even though that's not really ever been his game. He's been pretty multifaceted as a receiver. I look at just how the Seahawks offense operates and how much they rely on the run. I don't see it happening either. I'm not going to board this train. I don't think they have 2 1,000-yard receivers in 2026, even though I do think their second leading receiver this year will improve on Cooper Kupp's 593. I think they probably get another guy around 700 or so.
Yeah, and remember with Shaheed, a good amount of his touches last season came as not, sometimes he was actually lined up in the backfield, but you give it to him on, end arounds where it technically goes as a rushing attempt, and so those don't count towards his receiving total.
Matt, the Seahawks will have 2 1,000-yard receivers in 2026.
I'm not going to board the train. They'll have 5.
Wow.
You heard it here first, folks.
I believe the record is 3.
Didn't the Arizona
Cardinals,
Steve Breston and Fitzgerald and Bolden.
Anquan Bolden, the year they went to the Super Bowl. Yeah, 3 1,000-yard receivers. That's absurd. 5 would be, you'd be a madman if they got that. If that happened.
I guess I just believe my Seahawks a little bit more than you two.
Let's get to our next train. Camera time has been the most important thing for Stacey Ross her entire life, and Hard Knocks is an opportunity for her to reach an audience that she's never reached before. But, Brady, I feel like there's a shot that you might finish with more camera time on Hard Knocks than Stacey, so our hype train insists. Brady just simply being in the background of action shots will finish with more camera time on Hard Knocks than Stacey.
No. I mean, first of all, I hope not, but no. Now, partly because I'm going to do everything I can to avoid
the cameras.
Now, some of it is going to be unavoidable because you're in the press conferences, and I'm not going to shy away from asking a question because it's going to be on Hard Knocks.
Well, yeah,
but
you're just doing your job.
Yeah, I still got a job to do.
I'm just talking about you standing on the sideline with your notepad, just kind of looking up at practice, doing that.
Yeah,
doing that move.
It's going to be unavoidable. Now, I think. Thankfully, you're never going to be the camera's not going to be focused on you, so it might get you in the background, but a blurry version of me, hopefully.
Honestly, Matt, I think we as a station should have a running tally of who has the most camera time each week amongst us at camp.
If by you as a station, you mean Stacy?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure we're going to do that. No, she's going to be watching this thing like it's the Zapruder film, like frame by frame, tallying up exactly how many times she gets on HBO.
Honestly, though, I think, Brady, you will finish with more camera time on Hard Knocks than Stacey. I'm boarding this train.
I am going to be out there every day.
Right.
Yeah.
And we as a show will be out there most days. There are a couple of days that we will be in studio for. So,
yeah. But there's weekends.
Yeah, exactly.
Practice. That's what I mean. Yeah.
So that's why I think you will finish with more camera time on Hard Knocks than Stacey, just by the simple math of time spent out on the practice field. Matt, who finishes with more camera time on Hard Knocks? Our good friend Brady Henderson or Stacey?
Brady, I'm sorry, but you will be ending with more camera time. My plan is actually to go out there and just stand in between the cameras and Stacey like every single day. Just because I know it will annoy her so much.
Well, don't they do some of some of their B-roll is like
they cut to the radio show.
Yeah, the radio
that's
host just to sort of get the vibe of what people are talking about. Yeah. So maybe she gets some of that.
Maybe. Let's get to our next train. So they're handing out free popsicles and ice cream bars in the building today because it's been so hot this week. The hype train is this. The best popsicle or ice cream bar is a drumstick.
No. I mean, I love drumsticks. The problem is it's kind of messy, Right. It's hard to contain the what is it, the almond chunks or the peanut chunks.
Yeah.
There's spillage is inevitable. I have always been partial to a Choco Taco, which I believe they discontinued.
I think they brought it back. Yeah.
I think it's back now.
Is it back? Okay, good. Well, I was going to say, in the absence of a Choco Taco, I would say just any sort of Haagen-Dazs. Maybe like the toffee vanilla one.
Bar?
Yeah. You do get some spillage there, but it's a little bit more manageable just because it's not.
Well, drumsticks are great. But the best part of a drumstick is the little chocolate nugget at the bottom of it, which is like the last bite. The best popsicle or ice cream bar is a strawberry shortcake bar.
Oh, yeah.
The Good Humor ones, I think, is what they are. Yeah, that's the best popsicle or ice cream bar. Matt, you rolled your eyes at my take.
I think the strawberry shortcake is overrated. I've never enjoyed it.
Wow.
I'm sorry. Shocking coming from a fat person, but just not my thing. I think I'm on the train for drumstick, but where does an ice cream sandwich land in this? Is that a whole different category?
I think it's still in the...
Depends on the sandwich.
Yeah.
If that's the case, it's going to be those massive Toll House, two chocolate chip cookies with vanilla in the middle. Those are the best.
Too.
When you got Klondike bars, what would you do for a Klondike bar, Curtis?
Unspeakable things, Brady. I can't say them over the air. Text in your questions to the text line 866-979-3776. What I need to know is next. Brady Henderson, Curtis Rogers here, filling in for Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Jeff Passan, every Tuesday morning at 8:30 with Brock and Salk.
The problem that I'm seeing right now, Brock, is the absolute mediocrity of the American League has a chance to completely upend our expectations of what a trade deadline looks like. That because the standings are so flat in the American League, this could be a molasses slow deadline.
Get more on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and the Seattle Sports app.
Summer is the time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your abs or tan. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your very own hair the very next day, and they guarantee your new hair will grow. They are the team that addressed my hair loss, and I recommend them to everyone. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar. Advanced Hair's summer sales event is on for a limited time. So get the details and schedule your free consultation today. 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and make the call now while their summer savings event is still on. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Every summer, homeowners wait too long to find a house painter. All Covered Painting is accepting a limited number of exterior projects this season. Ask about a designer-led complimentary color consultation. Get your free estimate at allcoveredpainting.com.
Join the Mariners at T-Mobile Park August 7th to 9th for 50 Season Celebration Weekend. Friday post-game, catch the Alumni Home Run Derby featuring Ichiro and other former Mariners sluggers. Presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. On Saturday, arrive early to witness the greatest gathering of Mariner legends in franchise history. And Sunday, score a collectible 50 Seasons pin thanks to KeyBank.
It just continues.
Seats are going fast. Get yours at mariners.com/tickets.
It's summertime and the living is easy. If you're like me, you're spending nights on the patio listening to the game and enjoying what makes our area so beautiful. Dave Wyman here, and I have just the offer for you to get the most out of your outdoor living space. $500 off each window, $750 off patio and entry doors, and $200 off the final project. I've loved working with Harley Exteriors. They're a local company right here in Bothell, down-to-earth people who enjoyed the same things we all do, rooting on our local teams and doing the best job we possibly can day in and day out. Use Harley Exteriors to complete your home space and receive 12 or 18-month promotional financing.
Qualified buyers only. Subject to credit approval and lender terms. Minimum purchase of 4 qualifying windows required. Windows must be 36 by 36 inches or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to approved credit. Offers cannot be combined with other promotions. Offer expires July 31st, 2026.
Go to harleyexteriors.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Pacific Power Batteries understands batteries for golfers, batteries for your car, your golf cart, and your bag's electric cart. We also sell good, used, 5-year-old E-Z-Go and Yamaha golf carts with a written satisfaction guarantee starting as low as $17.99. Located in Everett, Marysville, Mount Vernon, Bellingham, Monroe, and Wenatchee, you'll find our staff is well-trained in batteries and the latest charging technology. Pacific Power Batteries, with batteries for golfers.
Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog! Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision.
If you're over 50 and you've been diagnosed with a cataract, or your vision is changing as you're developing an early cataract, you could be a perfect candidate for K2 Vision RLE.
It's inevitable. At some point, typically in your 60s or 70s, you'll have a dysfunctional lens that eventually becomes a cataract. To restore your vision, you will someday need a procedure such as refractive lens exchange.
The question is, are you done with glasses? Do you want to spend your good, active years hassling with changing prescriptions and needing readers?
K2 Vision RLE can give you great vision now, permanently, and you'll never develop that cataract. The procedure is quick and painless, and our state-of-the-art custom lens technologies give highly predictable outcomes.
K2 Vision doctors have performed over 150,000 procedures. They know when it's your right time for RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Text in your questions for us, 866-979-3776. Curtis Rogers and Brady Henderson here filling in for Bump Stacy today. This is What I Need to Know. 253 is asking, did you guys just casually blow over the most important news item today? Choco Tacos are back? I thought that's been news. Like that's been out there in the public. Well, they're back, Brady.
Good. Do we have any in the building?
I don't know if we have any today, but apparently Klondike now makes Choco Tacos. It's not just like a brand unto itself.
Okay.
So maybe look near the Klondike bars. You can then happen upon.
Klondike saw an opportunity.
They did.
And they took it.
It's kind of like, didn't Twinkies like go out of production once and now they're back?
Is that Hostess?
Yeah, I think so.
No.
Yeah. 866-979-3776. Our first question, they want to know. This one goes to Matt, actually. Matt, if you lost a bet and your punishment was to watch an entire sports game from beginning to end, what sport would you watch?
Am I allowed to be on my phone the entire time?
Sure.
Then any of them. I'll just be doing other things. That's not all that bad of a punishment.
That's the thing is that people texting in don't realize that Matt's whole career prior to running the board for Bump and Stacy and Wyman and Bob is that you were watching every Mariners game. You were watching every Seahawks game.
Yeah.
You've done it.
I think a lot of people don't understand that, like, when you're in this job and you're running a Mariners game, I'm not watching the Mariners game. I'm getting spots ready to play during the next break. I'm editing post-game press conferences and highlights. I'm not actually sitting there going, oh, I hope they score. Like, I always say, like, accountants aren't passionate about accounting. It's a job. And it's a job.
866-979-3776. Brady, they want to know if either of us have ever gone to Seafair just for the unlimited hydroplane races.
Have ever gone to Seafair for the No, I don't think I've ever watched a hydroplane race.
I have not either.
No.
And you and I are both lifelong Washington residents.
Yeah. I mean, I've been out on the water during Seafair, but that's, you're out with friends on a boat and you're just waiting for the Angels to fly by.
Yeah, I feel like we get enough of the Blue Angels out at Seahawks practice every year.
Yeah, I don't think you could ever have enough.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, when you're out on the water...
I think Matt Nelson disagrees with you because they distort our broadcast every single year.
Oh, it is the worst part of the year. Because there is a solid 15 seconds in the middle of someone's sentence that you just can't hear a thing. It's just
like
nothing
a
but
guest,
screeching.
A guest that we have on.
Yeah, we'll have a phone guest or just any segment that is going on, and all of a sudden you hear this rumble, and then boom, there goes that train of thought.
Great radio. Just...
Yeah, I mean, they do come with some inconveniences. I think they shut the bridge down while they're here, but man, they are so much fun. I cannot. When you're out on the lake and you have an adult beverage or two, and you got music playing, and the Blue Angels, they fly right over you, and it feels like they're about like 50. They're probably higher than that, but it's so loud, and there's so much power in those jet engines. That's an awesome feeling. I love it. You can't get enough of it.
There's quite the life scenario. We're always here for life advice or just dilemma advice, and the 253 says this to us. They go, what I need to know: a year ago my wife and I bought a house from some friends who agreed to rent our old house on the next street over. Since the house they are renting has no garage, we were okay with them keeping the garage gym in our new garage. They can come use it no problem, and we get a free garage gym. Win-win. Here's the issue. Our friend would constantly come over and blow up the garage bathroom.
Oh.
So I took the door off in a way of saying, hey, use your own bathroom that is 50 yards away. Since then, he has consistently used the toilet in that garage gym and never flushes the toilet. I even removed the sink trying to give the hint. Am I crazy or is he?
This cannot be a real scenario. This is a made-up scenario. There's no way that that's happening.
We have to treat it as though it's real.
Yeah.
And so I think your friend has taken advantage of you and your generosity for allowing them to keep their garage gym in your garage.
Yeah, it was just a very, very odd situation. I mean, I don't know. That's a weird situation. My only advice, take the toilet seat off. See what happens.
That's the next.
You already took the door off. Take the toilet seat off. I mean, maybe this guy will find a way. But
do you have any persistent neighbors or anything like that, where it's kind of like, hey man, back up?
No, not really. Not that I can think of. I love my neighbors, but I tell you this. Every time I go out to my car, every time, there seems like there is a new little ding on the door because people apparently are incapable of getting out of their car without throwing the door open. I mean, have some respect. And I'm not saying this is anybody. This is maybe at the supermarket. This is just in general. Have some respect for other people's property. Be an athlete, okay? If you have to like shimmy out of your car, and I have respect for people who are older, maybe they don't move as well, but I think there are plenty of able-bodied people who just recklessly open their car doors and they open it right into the car that's parked next to them. That leaves a mark. Okay,
whatever. Yeah, those are hard to get out.
Is Stacy one of your neighbors?
No, I don't think so.
No. Text in to the text line 866-979-3776. They want to know. Well, actually, getting back to the nosy neighbor thing, we have a neighbor who just has to comment on everything. Comment on like the groceries that we're bringing in. Comment on like one time it was 6 a.m. and that's about the time when I'm, trying to get out the door for work. And she's out there on her front porch, and she's like, "Oh, where are you going this time of day?" It's like it's like a Tuesday.
Yeah,
it's like I'm going to work, ma'am. Like,
yeah,
it's like I don't need to answer to you.
Yeah, explain all your comings and goings. That would get annoying. Thankfully, I don't have to do that.
866-979-3776. They want to know if you could have any Mariners player card, which player would you choose? Now, I'm going to say this is over the course of the entire history. It would have to be the Griffey Ricky card where he's wearing the gold chain and has the like blue turtleneck.
Yeah.
That's a pretty iconic baseball card.
Yeah, I don't collect. This will shock people. I don't collect baseball cards. So
did you as a kid?
I did actually. Yeah, I had a big collection. Yeah, I'd like to go dig through that. I bet there's some gems in there. Yeah, whichever one is worth the most money. Sell it.
I like that one. TJ in the 425 wants to know, did Brady just star in his own segment of Get Off My Lawn? That's the segment Bump does every week where he's just yelling at people.
Oh, I could. I would love to
to join in with Bump
someday. I got some thoughts on that. Yeah.
I like it. Let's see here. They also want to know, Curtis, you mentioned a couple of different pretzel companies at the mall earlier. Which one is your favorite between them all? I would have to say Auntie Anne's.
Yeah, I'm out on pretzels. I got horribly sick in the SoFi Stadium press box.
Oh no!
Right after the 2024 season finale, just everything you can imagine. And the last thing I ate was the press box food, which included a pretzel and some of that fake cheese, and it was good. But like when you get horribly sick, the last thing you ate just sounds like just very unappealing, like you could never eat it again. So that's the case with pretzels.
My worst pretzel experience, spending $51 on 3 pretzels at Climate Pledge Arena.
Oh,
unbelievable. And on that note, Wyman and Bob are next here on Seattle Sports.
Seattle Sports, home of Wyman and Bob.
Cole Young, he just comes up clutch.
Afternoons 2 to 7.
Game's on the line. Say you're tied, 2 outs. Who do you want up at the plate right now? At this very moment after 100 games, who do you trust the most up there? For a young guy in his first full season, he's had some big moments already.
Cole Young's only 22, so it's really exciting for the future.
And by the way, the only player on this roster to play every single game.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Do you have a wood deck that could use a little TLC this season? Start by giving it a good cleaning to remove dirt, pollen, or any mold or mildew. Then, if you're left with gray wood and decide you want to restain, use a wood brightener product first. Finally, when you're ready to bring life and color back into your deck, choose Penifin Ultra Premium Red Label Wood Stain. Its highly penetrating Brazilian rosewood oil formula provides superior protection for your wood deck. Penifin Red Label Wood Stain, on sale now at Dunn Lumber.
The biggest scuba sale in America starts today at Underwater Sports in North Seattle. Clearance prices on masks, regulators, computers, fins, tanks, BCs, free photo and video seminars, free fitting and incredible savings on a custom fit dry suit, big savings on advanced scuba classes. Underwater Sports' 50th Annual Divers Fair starts today at the North Seattle Underwater Sports Store, 107th and Aurora Avenue North. Don't miss the biggest scuba sale in America.
Emerald Queen Casino Event Center presents the main event, powered by WFC, Saturday night, August 8th. A night of professional boxing, where champions are made and every punch counts. Contenders from the region go toe-to-toe, ready to prove they belong at the top. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss Fight Night, August 8th at Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Ready to relax, unwind, and feel your best? The Spa Warehouse Summer Savings Expo is on now. Enjoy big savings on in-stock hot tubs and swim spas. Hot tubs start as low as $3,999 with savings up to $3,000 on select models. Score incredible deals on in-stock swim spas. Save up to $7,700. Plus, interest-free financing through 2028 on approved credit. The expo ends July 31st. Don't delay. Your best life starts at the Spa Warehouse.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. For the Puget Sound, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Longer days, warmer weather, and a stronger you all start at Top Fitness. Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and right now, check out the Top Fitness Big Sale in all 3 of their stores. Every category is on sale. Home gyms, weight plates, dumbbells, treadmills, and stair climbers like I've got. Great deals on display models, too. Have a home gym that needs some help? Get your rubber flooring and all the accessories you need. Get into Top Fitness with locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place.